Welcome back, dreamers. Or maybe you never really left. If you're here, you're not just looking for a bedtime story. You're looking for the story behind the story. The ones they softened, cleaned up and locked away behind glass and rhyme. But what if Little Red Riding Hood didn't get lost in the woods? What if Cinderella wasn't rescued from the ashes, but rose from them with fire still on her hands? What if she didn't want the prince? What if she wanted the throne? Sleeping Beauty? They told you she was kissed awake, but they never told you what she saw in the dream, or how long she waited to scream. And Beauty? They warned her not to look too closely at the beast, but they never warned her what would happen if the mirror looked back and whispered, "You're not who you think you are." These are the versions that weren't meant to be told. Fairy tales cracked open, rebuilt from memory and shadow, voice and silence. You'll hear them all. But first, go ahead and drop a like before your eyes get heavy. Let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you drifting off to sleep or staying up too late to escape somewhere else for a while? And subscribe. I'm trying to hit 1,000 dreamers. 1,000 quiet souls who want something deeper than happily ever after. These stories don't end with a kiss. They end when the heroine looks the lie in the eye and walks away from the page written for her. So find your place. Close your eyes. And whatever you do, don't stop listening, don't stop dreaming. Once upon a time, a girl wore red. That is how they begin the story in the village of Dolwen, in song, in hushed warnings to children, in the soft fraying pages of an old woodcut book displayed in the baker's window. A girl in a crimson cloak, bright as spilled berries, walked into the forest to visit her grandmother. She met a wolf. She was almost devoured, but a brave huntsman came and saved her. The end. The children love the wolf. They howl with grinning teeth and chase each other through mud and mist. The mothers clutch them tighter in winter and whisper, "Don't stray past the thicket." Not even now. Especially not now. But Red, the woman who was once the girl in the tale, she does not love the story. She cannot remember it ending. She lives in a stone cottage on the village's far edge, where the thicket begins its slow crawl into the world of mortals. Most pretend it doesn't exist anymore. The trees don't grow like normal trees. They lean as if listening. They bear fruit in snow and blossoms in ash. And the path that used to run clean through them, straight to grandmother's, has long since vanished beneath moss and silence. On the morning the story stirs again, Red wakes from a dream of fur and fire. She lies very still in bed, letting the memory settle like smoke. There had been eyes, gleaming gold in the dark. A whisper not spoken with a mouth. You were never prey, little one. They only taught you to act like it. She pulls the wool blanket tighter and rises slowly, her legs aching with the cold. The hearth has gone out. Her cottage is still and dim, save for a single shaft of light striking the floorboards. She follows it out of habit and opens the window. The thicket watches. That's the only way she can describe it. A sensation, not a sight. Like breath on her skin, like a mirror held up in a dark room. She shuts the window quickly. Later that day, she walks into the village for bread. Her visits are rare and brief. Old women glance up and murmur. Young ones watch with sidelong curiosity. A child, no more than 5, points and says, "That's her. That's Red Riding Hood. She's the one who got eaten." Red doesn't flinch, doesn't respond. The baker hands her the loaf with a sideways look, more pity than suspicion. "Strange weather, eh?" he offers. "They say the trees have been moving again." She nods politely. They always do. People just forget. As she walks back, she takes a longer route and pauses near the well. Its stones are older than the village. In the reflection, she sees something behind her, not a figure, but a shadow where none should be. She turns. Nothing. When she returns home, she finds a chest left ajar in the attic. One she hasn't opened in years. The red cloak is inside, faded, soft as breath. She lifts it and sees something stitched into the hem, a symbol like an eye crossed with branches. She does not remember that being there before. And that night, she dreams again. Not of wolves. Not exactly. Of a girl walking into the forest. Of teeth that did not bite, but beckoned. Of a voice saying, the tale they told is not the tale that happened. Shall I remind you? She doesn't wear the cloak. Not at first. Red leaves it draped over the back of a chair near the hearth, half hoping the fire will catch it accidentally, half fearing it might not burn at all. It still holds the scent of smoke and pine resin. Not the pine of Dolwen's woods, but something older, darker, the kind of tree that remembers being worshipped. Outside, the air bites at her fingertips. Autumn was supposed to end last week, but the thicket doesn't follow calendars. Dry leaves rustle in the wind like whispering mouths. In the village, there's talk of strange footprints found along the wood's edge, too large for a man, too deliberate for a beast. Some say it's a bear awakened early. Others laugh and say wolves. Always wolves. As if they never left. But Red knows better. She's not sure what wakes her that night, the creaking floorboard, the wind scratching the shutters, or the sound of her own name being whispered inside her skull. Not her given name, long since lost to the tale, but the one everyone uses. Red. A title, a scar, a spell. The cloak is no longer on the chair. She finds it laid out on her bed, carefully smoothed. A pinecone sits atop it, resting like an offering. She doesn't scream. She doesn't flee. She simply stands there, watching it, waiting to see if it breathes. The next morning, she goes to the woods. She tells no one. She writes no letter. Just pulls on her boots, wraps the red cloak around her shoulders, and steps off the path where the moss grows thickest. The forest welcomes her like a returning dream. It smells of wet earth and secrets. The light filters through the canopy in strange angles, golden one moment, slate gray the next. Birds go silent when she walks past. Somewhere, a branch snaps, but she sees nothing. She finds the fir sign etched into a tree just before dusk, a spiral surrounded by 4 lines. It looks carved, not natural, but the grooves are too clean. Fresh. Almost glowing. She reaches out. Her fingers stop inches from the bark. Something hums in the air. She closes her eyes. The forest shifts. When she opens them again, the tree is gone. The symbol, too. But the spiral remains, not in the wood, but in her mind. It spins slowly, endlessly, pulling her deeper. Further in, the underbrush thickens. Time slurs. Her breath fogs even though it's not cold. She comes to a small clearing where the trees lean outward, forming a perfect circle. At its center lies an object wrapped in cloth. Red approaches carefully. The cloth is her grandmother's shawl, one she thought buried with her. Unwrapping it, she finds a bone. Long, pale, smooth. Not a relic. A recent loss. She hears a voice behind her, familiar and wrong, that belonged to the one who knew too much. She spins around. No one is there. But the scent of smoke follows her home. Back in the cottage, she sees the footprints on her threshold. They are not shaped like a wolf's, nor a man's, but both. Alternating. Interwoven. The door creaks open by itself. And inside, someone has lit the fire. It rains for 3 days. Not the soft kind, but the relentless, wind-driven deluge that turns roads into rivers and the sky into an iron lid. Red stays inside, feeding the fire more often than usual, watching the shadows stretch across the walls like growing vines. The red cloak hangs by the door now. She doesn't remember putting it there. She begins dreaming in fragments. In one dream, her grandmother's voice calls to her, not warm, not gentle, but sharp and knowing, "You never asked what the wolf wanted." In another, she sees a girl in red, much younger, running through the forest. But it's not her. The girl's face is hidden, blurred as if behind fogged glass. Something follows her, not a beast, but a presence that shifts with the trees. On the fourth day, the rain breaks. She walks into town to ask questions. The huntsman lives in the blacksmith's old cabin, half collapsed and overgrown, pressed against the line where forest meets field. Few visit him anymore. He was a hero once, a man who saved a child from the jaws of a beast. But that was years ago, and tales grow thinner with retelling. Red knocks. No answer. She pushes the door and it creaks open. He's inside, seated before a hearth that hasn't been lit. His beard is thick and white now, his eyes fogged with age. But when he looks at her, they clear. "You came," he says simply. "You left something at my door," she replies. "Firewood. And something else. I hoped you wouldn't come back to the woods." Red tilts her head. "But you know I never really left." He chuckles once, a sound brittle as dried leaves. "No. You left in body, not in soul." They sit. For a while, the silence does all the speaking. Finally, she asks, that night, "What really happened?" He doesn't look at her. Instead, he takes a pouch from the mantel and empties it on the table. Inside are a handful of silver buttons, a broken fang, and a strip of red fabric, not from a cloak, but from a dress. A child's dress. "You told them you killed the wolf," she says. "I did," he replies. "But this," she touches the fang. "This doesn't belong to a wolf. It's hollow." He nods. Because he wasn't a wolf. The huntsman tells his version. He had followed her trail into the thicket, yes. He had heard snarls, seen blood on the leaves. But when he reached the cottage, there were no signs of struggle. Just a girl, pale and trembling, standing over a sleeping creature that shimmered in and out of form, fur, flesh, shadow. He raised his axe. But something stayed his hand. She, Red, had turned to him then, eyes wide. "Don't," she'd whispered. "He's not hurting me." The huntsman struck anyway. And in that moment, the creature bled not red, but silver. It screamed, not with pain, but betrayal. "She begged me to stop," the huntsman says now. "But I couldn't take the risk." Red stares at him, unmoving. "So you rewrote the story." "It was cleaner. Simpler." She rises. "It was a lie." He looks up at her. And yet it's the only one they remember. That night, back at her cottage, Red walks barefoot to the thicket's edge. She calls out. Not to the wolf. Not to the forest. But to memory itself. "I remember now," she whispers. And the forest stirs. A howl rises, not from the trees, but from beneath the earth. A sound like wind through bone. A voice once silenced, now awakening. The red cloak flutters around her like fire. She steps into the dark. There is no path, not really. Only a rhythm. A pattern to the trees, not marked by footprints or moss, but by the subtle leaning of branches, the twist of brambles that open like gates when no one watches. Red walks with the cloak wrapped tightly around her shoulders, though the air isn't cold. It's expectant. The deeper she goes, the quieter the world becomes. Even her heartbeat seems to hush. She doesn't look back. The thicket doesn't allow it. She walks for what feels like hours, though the sun has not moved. The light is strange here, always soft, always slanted, like a memory suspended in amber. Time unspools, no longer tethered to sequence. She comes upon a glade where the grass grows blue beneath bare oaks. In the center stands a tree taller than any she's seen, its bark black as pitch, its branches laced with white blossoms that never fall. At its base lies a circle of stones, and within them, feathers, bones, and something wrapped in linen. Red kneels beside the bundle. She peels back the cloth. Inside is a wooden flute, carved with runes too small to read and symbols she recognizes from her dreams, the spiral, the eye, the branch with one leaf and one thorn. She lifts it to her lips but does not play. Instead, she whispers, "What do you want me to remember?" The wind answers. Not in words, but in images, flashing behind her eyes. A girl not much older than she is now, crouched in this very glade, tears streaking her face as she buries something in the earth. A wolf, golden-eyed, watching her from the shadows, not hunting, but mourning. A voice not hers, saying, "The story is the spell. Break it, and truth walks free." The flute trembles in her hands. She rises and walks on. The forest opens before her in strange ways, sometimes narrowing to a tunnel of thorns, sometimes widening into clearings filled with lanterns that flicker without flame. She follows the symbols, now appearing on stones, bark, and even in the patterns of fallen leaves. Eventually, she finds herself at the banks of a stream that glows faintly beneath the surface, lit by moonlight or something deeper. A figure stands across it, tall, cloaked, unmoving. She calls out, "Who are you?" The figure says nothing, but lifts a hand and points behind her. She turns. No one is there. When she turns back, the figure is gone. But where it stood, something remains, a scrap of cloth pinned to a tree by a thorn. She recognizes it. A piece of her grandmother's shawl. And beneath it, carved deep into the wood, a message. "You've been walking in circles. Not through the forest, but through the story." By nightfall, she finds the spiral again, larger this time, etched into the forest floor itself. She steps into it. The forest breathes in. And when it exhales, she is no longer alone. From the trees, something steps forward. Not a man. Not a beast. Something in between. Eyes like gold hammered into shadow. Hair like wild brambles. A voice like rustling leaves. "You remembered." Red doesn't flinch. "Alaric," she says, without knowing why. He nods. And the spiral beneath them begins to glow. She does not run. Even as he steps forward, not fully man, not fully wolf, she holds her ground. The red cloak flutters behind her like a tether to a different life, one where the tale was neat and clean and false. But here, beneath the forest's breathing canopy, there are no neat stories. Only old wounds and voices that were silenced too soon. "Alaric," she says again, tasting the name. "That was you." He inclines his head, his shape shifting subtly as he moves. Not in grotesque transformation, but like a shadow cast by more than one light. "I was what they made me," he says. His voice is soft, with the edge of wind through dry grass. He does not smile. "They feared what didn't fit their tale. So they gave me teeth." Red studies him. "You were watching me. Even back then. I never stopped." "Then why not speak?" "Because stories trap more than people. They trap the tellers, too." They walk in silence for a while. Not back toward the village, but deeper into the thicket, where the trees lean close and roots curl like sleeping beasts. Alaric moves with unearthly grace, each step a negotiation between hunger and restraint. Red watches him, remembering the eyes from her childhood, the ones that stared not with appetite, but with sorrow. She remembers now that he had spoken, even then, before the huntsman arrived. A single phrase, muffled by blood and smoke, "Not all wolves hunt." She had forgotten. Or been made to. "What are you now?" she asks. He pauses, crouching beside a pool so still it reflects the stars beneath the earth. A curse still wearing its original shape. She kneels beside him. "And me." He looks at her. "You were never prey," he says. "But they needed you to believe you were." That night, they make camp beneath the elder tree, the one whose blossoms never fall. Alaric lights no fire, but the tree glows faintly above them, casting the world in silver. Red asks the question she has held back the longest. "My grandmother, did she die because of me?" Alaric shakes his head. "She died because she refused to let them rewrite her." He lifts something from beneath his cloak and places it in her hands. It's a page from a book, scorched at the edges, the ink smudged but legible. It's a story. Not the tale of Red Riding Hood, but a different version. One where the girl and the wolf walk together. Where the grandmother is a guardian of ancient lore. Where the forest is not feared, but followed. She wrote this, Red whispers. She wrote the first draft, Alaric corrects. But it was never allowed to finish. They speak until the moon reaches its highest point. Of the village, and how fear feeds the need for heroes and monsters. Of the huntsman, who believed safety was obedience. Of the watcher, a presence Red only now begins to understand. A force, Alaric explains. Not a being. Something that feeds on unasked questions and forgotten truths. It lives in the space between stories. It listens. Red shivers, though not from cold. And it's listening now. Alaric's eyes glint. Always. Before dawn, Alaric gives her a choice. Return, he says, and pretend the tale they told is true. Or follow me, and find the end your grandmother began. Red closes her eyes. The cloak is warm around her shoulders. When she opens them, she says only, "Lead the way." And behind them, the elder tree blossoms. Its petals fall at last. Red follows Alaric beyond the elder tree, deeper into a part of the thicket she has never seen, where the forest does not merely grow, it remembers. The air is thicker here, almost sweet, as though she's walking through the breath of something ancient. The trees are taller, their bark textured with runes that shift when not looked at directly. Roots arc over the path like ribs, and the ground pulses faintly beneath her feet, as if alive. She's beginning to sense it now. The story is a labyrinth, and the forest is both wall and guide. Alaric leads her to a hollow in the earth, ringed by stone pillars carved with eyes, are not symbolic ones, but likenesses of real eyes, wide and watching. In the center stands a black mirror, tall as a door, framed in living vine. This, Alaric says, was where your grandmother kept the truth. Red steps toward it, and the mirror ripples. She does not see herself, she sees a child in red, her own younger face, but with different eyes. Fiercer. Wiser. Then the image shifts. She sees the village, but ruined, overgrown, lifeless. A warning? A possibility? She knew they would come for her, Alaric says quietly. She wrote everything down. Buried it in memory and magic. Red reaches toward the mirror. Her fingers do not touch glass, they slip into cold water, and when she draws them back, they are stained with ink. The forest doesn't want you to forget, Alaric adds. But forgetting is safer. For them. They leave the hollow and follow the river that winds like silver thread through the woods. As they walk, Red hears whispers, not voices, but thoughts long buried, her grandmother singing, her own laughter as a child, and being. Then the story owns you. Unless you take it back. They reach the edge of the thicket, not the boundary to the village, but a clearing where the forest folds inward like a wound. In the center lies a tree split open, hollowed by fire long ago. Inside it, a bundle wrapped in red silk. Red lifts it. Inside is a book. Her grandmother's grimoire. Not spells, stories. Alternate endings. Pages and pages of rewritten truths. Some begin with, once there was a girl in red who fed the wolf willingly. Others, the wolf was never a beast, but the girl's own rage made flesh. Still others, the grandmother faked her death, merged with the forest, and waits. I don't know which is true, Red says. They all are, Alaric replies. And none. That night, Red dreams not of wolves or forests, but of ink. Ink spilling across the world, erasing names, rewriting faces. At its center sits a figure cloaked in parchment, faceless, eternal, watching. She wakes with a name on her lips. The Watcher. The next morning, Red returns to the village alone. The red cloak billows behind her like storm wind. People stare. Children run. Doors close. She walks straight to the huntsman's cabin and finds him waiting. I wondered if you'd come, he says. She places the grimoire on his table. Did you ever read it? He stares at the cover. No. I feared what it would change. It already has, she says. He sighs, older now than she's ever seen him. What will you do? Red looks past him, out the window, toward the thicket. Finish it. And outside, beneath the trees, a single blossom falls. The grimoire lies open on her lap, heavier than it should be. Red sits in her cottage now, a fire burning low beside her, the room cloaked in silence save for the occasional flicker of flame. Each page she turns smells faintly of pine and iron. The ink is old, but never faded. The words shift slightly when she blinks, not as deception, but as invitation. It is not a book of spells. Not truly. It is a collection of truths. Or rather, possibilities once forbidden. The first chapter is titled, Of the Wolf Who Waited. It speaks of a creature bound not by hunger, but by grief. A guardian cursed by those who feared his insight. The text details a ritual to protect children, not by banishing wolves, but by teaching them to walk beside them. The second chapter, The Girl in Crimson. Not a victim, not a saint. A weaver of stories. A girl who asked questions the village hated. A girl who entered the woods to find something they feared, not a beast, but a mirror. The third, Aileen of the Root-Hearted. Her grandmother. Witch, healer, keeper of forgotten paths. It describes her choice, to feign death, merge with the thicket, and become part of its memory. Aileen did not die. She changed. And she waits. Red traces the ink with her finger. There is a map hidden between the margins, not a drawn one, but a linguistic maze. Certain phrases repeat across unrelated pages. When spoken aloud, they hum in the air, vibrating with something deep and ancient. She follows the pattern until it leads her to a single, unmarked page. It is blank at first. Then, as she breathes upon it, letters bloom like frost. To find the seed, you must burn the flower. To break the tale, return to the root. She is waiting where the wolves last wept. Red closes the book. She leaves her cottage at dusk. Not in fear, not in confusion, but in resolve. The forest parts for her now. The thicket leans aside, recognizing the cloak, the book, the bearer. It does not whisper warnings this time. It hums in welcome. She follows the winding trail back to the hollow tree, where the mirror still stands, pulsing faintly with unseen light. Alaric is there, silent, watching. She spoke to you, he says. Red nods. She never stopped. He doesn't ask what she saw. He already knows. Instead, he steps aside and gestures toward a narrow path that was not there before. veiled in mist, lined with flowers that bleed color as she passes. At the end is a clearing, small and perfect. A ring of standing stones, each carved with one word, name. In the center, a twisted black rose blooms. Red kneels beside it. She remembers the Watcher now. The force that tried to edit her. The one that broke the truth into bite-sized legend. She whispers the name the village forgot. Her name, the one her grandmother gave her before the red cloak was ever sewn. The rose bursts into ash. And from that ash, the earth splits. A light glows beneath the soil. Roots peel back. A figure rises, tall, robed in moss and petals. A face lined with bark and memory. Her grandmother. Alive, but changed. Root-hearted. They do not speak, not at first. They embrace. Long and wordless. When at last they part, Aileen smiles faintly. You broke it, she says. Red's eyes glint. No. I rewrote it. That night, the forest shifts. The spiral uncoils. The village dreams uneasy dreams. And the Watcher writes again, but this time, the ink runs thin, as if the paper resists being lied to. The forest is different now. Not quieter, never that, but changed. As if some tension held tight through centuries has at last been exhaled. The trees no longer lean as if hiding secrets, but as though stretching toward something newly remembered. And Red walks without hesitation. Her grandmother, Aileen, moves beside her with the ease of wind through leaves. Though not entirely human anymore, her voice is clear, low, textured like bark, but filled with warmth. I waited in the roots, she says. The forest offered shelter when the world wouldn't. Red nods. And you watched. I listened. They reached the base of the elder tree again, the one that never bloomed, now stripped bare. Its bark is cracking, revealing pale wood beneath that pulses faintly with light. This, Aileen says, resting a hand on the trunk, is where the lie was nailed in place. Red sees it now. Faint marks etched into the bark, words carved long ago, though barely visible. Here died the beast. Here lived the tale. The place of the huntsman's supposed victory. Aileen turns to Red. It's not enough to remember. You must unmake the binding. Red nods. She takes the grimoire and tears a single page free, the original version of the village's tale. She holds it to the bark. Aileen breathes a phrase Red doesn't understand, and Alaric steps forward from the edge of the clearing. He offers Red a flame cupped in his hand, not fire, not quite. A flickering wisp of golden memory. She touches it to the page. It burns slow, then fast, blue, then red, then black. And when the ash touches the tree, the bark splits with a sound like thunder. From within, a door forms. They step inside. The space beyond is impossible. A spiral chamber carved of living wood, taller than any tower, descending endlessly beneath the forest floor. Shelves line the walls, filled not with books, but with scrolls made of bark, pages stitched from pressed leaves and vellum. And at the center, a single quill floating above an inkpot that never runs dry. The Watcher's desk. Red approaches. The quill trembles. A voice echoes through the chamber, deep, placeless, without emotion. You broke the spiral. She speaks firmly. I didn't break it. I walked it. You have no right to write your own ending. Red smiles. I'm not writing an ending. She lifts the quill. I'm writing a beginning. She writes one line. The girl in red remembered everything, and the story could no longer lie. The ink flashes. The walls shake. And the spiral begins to straighten, uncoiling into a road. A way forward. They emerge from the heart of the elder tree to find the forest blooming again, not with flowers, but with truths. In the village, people wake remembering things they never knew they forgot. That the girl in red had no savior, that the wolf had a name, that the grandmother never died. And in every mirror, for one moment, a pair of golden eyes watch, not in menace, but in quiet joy. Alaric, no longer a creature split by curse, stands fully as himself. And Aileen smiles. You are the seed now, she tells her granddaughter. Root and fang. That night, Red returns to her cottage. She places the grimoire on the windowsill. And beside it, the quill, now still. The forest sings softly outside. But in the distance, deeper still, the watcher stirs once more. The villagers do not know what to call her anymore. She walks among them again, not hiding, not shrouded in whispered memory, but present. Real. Some still call her Red, but now with reverence, not pity. Others try her forgotten name aloud, but it tastes foreign to their tongues. She doesn't mind. She knows who she is. Red visits the huntsman once more. His cabin is smaller than she remembered, as if the tail that had grown around it had finally deflated. He opens the door before she knocks. I read it, he says. The grimoire. He nods. Every page. Twice. Red waits. The silence stretches, like a breath held too long. I was wrong, he finally says. About everything. She steps inside. The room smells of cedar and remorse. I thought I was protecting you, he continues, not looking at her. But I was protecting the story. The one where I mattered. She studies him. You did matter. But not in the way they told it. He smiles faintly, not with joy, but with relief. A burden loosening its grip. I'll leave soon, he says. Go where the trees don't know me. Red nods. You should. But leave the axe behind. He chuckles softly. Fair. Later that evening, she walks to the edge of the village and into the thicket. Not to lose herself. To see. The forest parts easily now. Not submissively, respectfully. She is no longer intruder or myth. She is herself. Alaric waits where the old path once ended, the path that once led to her grandmother's cottage, and then nowhere. Now, it continues, winding through newly opened groves, past stones that glow faintly with sigils long suppressed. He smiles. You've changed. So have you. He tilts his head. Does it feel like an ending? No, she says, stepping beside him. It feels like a clearing. They walk together in silence, the leaves overhead forming a cathedral of soft green and gold. That night, Red sits beneath the elder tree with her grandmother and Alaric. They share bread and berries. They say little. Then, as the moon rises, Aileen places a branch in Red's hands, small, forked, the tip carved with runes. This is yours now, she says. Red frowns. A wand. A pen, Aileen corrects. The forest writes in branches. Red smiles. Alaric lifts his head toward the night sky. Do you hear it? Red closes her eyes. Yes. The forest hums, but underneath it, deeper than roots, a new pulse is forming. A new story, not yet told. One she will write. Not with ink, but with breath. With footstep. With choice. Back at her cottage, she places the quill of the Watcher beside her grandmother's branch. 2 tools. 2 voices. And in her hearth, a new fire begins, not for warmth, but for telling. Outside, the wind carries no warnings now. Only possibilities. The forest exhales. Not as wind, not as storm, but as something more intimate. A pulse through roots, a sigh through leaves. A living breath that stretches through branch and bark and bone. Red stands at the heart of the thicket. Not lost. Not found. Simply here. She carries the grimoire under one arm, and the carved branch, her pen, in her hand. Around her, the forest stands still. Watching. Waiting. This is the place the story began. And now, it is where it will become something else. She kneels in the spiral once more. Not the symbol etched in soil, but the spiral within herself. The memory of a child in a red cloak. The lie told to protect. The truth buried to preserve a shape too small for the truth it enclosed. She places the grimoire on the earth. And begins to write. But not with words. She writes by remembering. The feel of her grandmother's hands in hers. The moment she first doubted the story she was told. The eyes in the dark that never meant harm. The voice that spoke in her dreams before she knew it was real. Each memory hums in the air like a note struck on a harp string. Around her, the thicket blooms, petals of impossible colors, bark that glows faintly with remembered names. She writes in silence. Not to record, but to release. The story does not want to be held. It wants to be lived. The watcher stirs. A shadow moves between trees, just beyond the edge of what the eye can name. It no longer speaks with menace. Now, it lingers with curiosity. A presence born of unspoken tales and forgotten voices, watching its dominion change. For the first time, it does not correct her. It listens. And then, slowly, it vanishes, not with anger, but with a nod. Dissolving into mist. Into ink. Into memory. Red rises. The forest is brighter now, though the sun hasn't changed. The air feels open. The spiral has straightened into a path, not one that leads away, but one that offers. A choice. Behind her, Aileen watches. Alaric stands at her side. The three of them, Root, Fang, Flame. I'll stay a while, Red says. Of course, Aileen replies. The forest remembers its own. Alaric smiles. You're not just part of the story now. You are the quill. Red nods. And walks forward. In the village, the children tell a new version of the tale. A girl in red went into the woods. But she wasn't lost. And the wolf wasn't wicked. And the grandmother was never dead. They don't call her Little Red anymore. They call her the Lady of the Thicket. Some say she writes books made of petals and bark. Others say she speaks to trees. All agree on one thing. The forest no longer hungers. Because it has a voice now. And it wears red. Red in the thicket, the end. They never see me. That is the first rule. They remember the red cloak, the wolf, the scream, the axe. They do not remember the quill. They do not ask who held it. Who drew the line between girl and beast, between hero and horror. They do not ask because they believe the story wrote itself. But I have always been here. In the pause between pages. In the silence after once upon a time. In the breath before the lie is told. She was never supposed to awaken. Not fully. The forest was meant to hold her. The tale was supposed to shape her. The cloak was both marker and muzzle. But something cracked, perhaps the grandmother's fire, perhaps the wolf's sorrow, perhaps the child's gaze that lingered too long on things she should have forgotten. Now she remembers. And worse. She rewrites. That is not allowed. Or wasn't. I feel it, even now. The other stories shifting. Threads once taut now fluttering loose. They tug at the edge of the tapestry I've spent so long weaving. The ash maiden dreams of cinders that do not cool. The thorn princess turns in her sleep, fists clenched. The beauty glimpses her reflection, and does not recognize the beast. They stir. And I must write faster. Or stop writing. No. I cannot. Because if I stop, she writes. And if she writes, then the truth will no longer need me. One tale is turned. 3 remain. But the ink runs thin. And the stories begin to bleed. Her name is Cinderella. No one says it aloud. In the manor where she lives, once her father's, now her stepmother's, she is known only by what clings to her: soot, ash, dust. Cinder, they call her when they remember to speak at all. Ash Girl, when they wish to sting. Sometimes, simply a scullery. But in the stillest hours, when the fire has guttered and the sky outside the attic window is heavy with unshed rain, she writes her name, in the margins of books, along the beams beneath the floorboards, into the fabric of memory. Cinderella. 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 As if the repetition might keep her from being erased entirely. The manor is a tomb for legacy. Every corridor lined with portraits, every room filled with furniture older than anyone alive. Her father's presence lingers in pipe smoke and faded ink, but his voice has long since vanished under Seraphine's. Lady Seraphine rules with ice. She speaks rarely and with precision, every word a needle wrapped in silk. Her dresses are always pale, white, cream, pearl, as if daring the dust to mar them. She refers to Cinderella as the servant child, never daughter, and punishes silence with silence. Cinderella's stepsisters mimic their mother in different ways. Maren is sharp, her tongue a blade she enjoys using. She speaks of balls and bloodlines, of noble futures and rightful heirs. Livia is quieter. She watches. Sometimes she offers a hand when no one is looking. But her help comes with the scent of fear, and not of Seraphine, but of change. Cinderella exists among them like smoke in a closed room, always present, never acknowledged. She sleeps in the attic. Once it was a study, lined with shelves. Her father read here. Now it is dust and cobweb and the smell of wet plaster. She tends the fire that keeps the manor warm but rarely feels the heat herself. At night, she writes. In a journal hidden beneath the floorboards, bound in leather with a broken clasp. She writes what she remembers, her mother's voice, the way the sun felt on the orchard stones, the names of herbs that grew beneath the window. She writes to preserve what the house forgets. But lately, something strange has begun to happen. Words appear that she doesn't remember writing. Phrases in her own hand, but unfamiliar. The ash hides fire. The tree remembers. The watcher sees her now. She tells herself it's dreams slipping through. She doesn't believe it. Not entirely. The day it begins again, truly begins, is a grey one. Cinderella is scrubbing the marble in the great hall. Her hands raw, her knees aching. She is alone, but she feels watched. From the mirror. It hangs at the far end of the hall, gilt and wide, once belonging to her grandmother. Seraphine had it restored, polished until the reflection gleamed like water. But today, the surface is different. Not darker. Deeper. As if someone were behind it. Not her reflection, something wearing it. She stands slowly. In the mirror, her own face blinks a moment too late. That night, she dreams of a red blossom. It grows from ash, petals unfolding in slow, deliberate motion. Beneath it, the earth spirals. A single voice whispers from nowhere. She must remember. She must write again. Cinderella wakes with ink on her fingertips. She has not opened her journal. But across its open page is one word, bold and full. Cinderella. The name glows faintly in the moonlight. Not as a title. As a spell. Cinderella rises before dawn. She moves quietly through the manor, past the portraits that never blink and the stare that creaks like a throat half cleared. She carries a satchel with dried bread, a single candle, and her journal pressed flat against her side. Outside, the fog clings low to the garden paths. The trees do not rustle. Even the birds seem to hold their breath. She walks beyond the She presses her hand against the bark. "Are you still here?" she whispers. The tree answers. Not in words, not even in sound, but in scent, the sharp perfume of sap and something burning, like pine caught in fire. And then, beneath her hand, the bark pulses once. She draws back. A blossom opens. Red, impossibly red, vivid and strange. She has never seen this flower before. It glows faintly, not with light, but with attention. At its center is a mark. A spiral. She plucks the blossom and tucks it into her satchel. The moment she does, the tree's limbs quiver. Leaves fall, not brown, but silver. She turns, unsettled. Behind her, in the mist, a figure. Not moving. Not approaching. Cloaked. She blinks. Gone. Back in the manor, the air feels colder. She enters through the servant's door and finds Livia waiting by the fire with a basin and cloth. "You were out again," Livia murmurs. Cinderella nods. "You shouldn't," Livia stops. "If my mother finds out." "She always finds out," Cinderella says. "The question is what she does with it." Livia flinches. I wish I was braver." "You're kind." "That's rarer." Livia looks at her, eyes wet. Kindness isn't strength. It is when no one else has it. Cinderella returns to the attic. She lays the blossom on the windowsill. It does not wilt. Instead, it shifts slightly, petals curling toward the light, as if listening. She opens her journal and finds another phrase scrawled in her hand. "She who plants the tree will bloom when time forgets." Beneath it, a second spiral. Larger. Sharper. And below that, the forest is coming. That night, her dream is different. She is not a girl in ash. She is a woman in fire. She walks through halls made of stone and vine, barefoot, leaving scorched prints in her wake. On her shoulder perches a raven with eyes like candles. In her hand, the red blossom, burning but unconsumed. The halls crack. And from behind a door of obsidian glass, something whispers. "Write it, Cinderella. Write it before they do." She wakes gasping. The blossom is gone. But ash flecks her hands. And in the attic mirror, her reflection is smiling. But she is not. Lady Seraphine does not shout. She has no need. Her power lies in precision, the way she enters a room without sound, the way her gaze halts movement, the way her disapproval leaves no mark but lingers like a bruise. Cinderella hears her before she sees her, the soft rustle of pale silk, the deliberate cadence of her steps echoing across the tiled floor like punctuation. Seraphine descends the staircase in silence, every inch composed, her expression unreadable. "Where were you this morning?" she asks, not turning her head. "Nowhere," Cinderella replies. Seraphine stops. "Everywhere," she says, "is nowhere when you are not where you belong." Cinderella says nothing. "You are not a child," Seraphine continues, her voice low. "Your father gave you a home. I give you a function. Do not mistake the two." She lifts a finger. Cinderella flinches instinctively, but Seraphine merely points to the hearth. "Kindle the fire. The prince's advisor is coming. We must appear curated." The advisor arrives in the afternoon, Lord Valemorn, grey-haired and hollow-eyed, flanked by 2 soldiers in crimson. He does not look at Cinderella when she opens the door. He walks with the certainty of someone who believes bloodlines are more sacred than breath. Seraphine offers tea and smiles. They speak in veiled tones. Cinderella listens from the hall, dusting what needs no dusting. She is manageable. Veilmorn asks. Seraphine nods. More than that. Muted. Obedient. And her condition? Delicate. Isolation is essential. She has a creative mind. Veilmorn chuckles. And we both know what creativity breeds in girls. Seraphine's smile never reaches her eyes. Fiction. That evening, Cinderella escapes to the attic. The mirror waits. It is not a grand one, oval, framed in dull bronze, cracked faintly along the edge. Once, she avoided it. Now, it seems to change daily. Tonight, the crack is wider. And behind her reflection, a second figure lingers, blurred, indistinct. She turns. Nothing there. But in the mirror, the figure remains. Then it speaks. Not aloud, but written, slowly, across the surface like frost on glass. Not all fiction is false. She steps closer. The words shift. Tell your story before it's erased. She breathes against the glass. Her name appears in the condensation. Cinderella. And then, a handprint forms beside it. Not hers. She jerks back. Mirren bursts in moments later, eyes flashing. Mother wants you. For what? Does she ever explain herself? Cinderella nods. No. She lets others write the reason. At dinner, the table is long and mostly empty. Seraphine sits at one end, flanked by her daughters. Cinderella sits far down the line, her plate barely touched. We have received an invitation, Seraphine announces. Mirren leans in. The ball? Yes. His Highness will choose a companion. One suited for the court and its image. She does not look at Cinderella. I will present my daughters accordingly, she continues. And as for the servant child... I'm not a child, Cinderella interrupts. Silence. Seraphine looks up. Her eyes are not cold. They are blank. Then be silent like a woman, she says softly. Cinderella grips her spoon until her knuckles go white. In her mind, the mirror speaks again. If you won't be written, write. That night, in her journal, Cinderella writes a scene. A girl walks into a hall of mirrors. None of them show her face. Until one shatters, and the shards spell her name. As she finishes the line, her mirror in the attic cracks once more. This time, from the inside. Cinderella wakes to the sound of voices. Formal ones, echoing down the corridor. A servant hurries past her attic door, eyes lowered, lips pressed tight. Something is happening, something ceremonial. She dresses quickly and descends the servants' stairs. In the foyer, Lady Seraphine stands with Lord Veilmorn and a tall man dressed in silver and black, his uniform unmistakable. The prince's herald. On a silver tray, the man holds for envelopes, thick vellum, sealed with red wax, embossed with the royal crest. One for Mirren. One for Livia. One for Lady Seraphine. And one left untouched. Cinderella steps forward. The herald's eyes flick toward her but say nothing. Seraphine speaks for him. These are invitations to the royal ball. His Highness has declared it an occasion of restoration. Legacy will be honored. Appearances will be made. And choices, the herald adds softly. Cinderella looks at the tray. The fourth envelope is not given. It is returned to the herald. Seraphine nods. There is no fourth daughter here. Later, in the kitchen, Livia finds her. I didn't know, she says. I thought. You thought I'd be included. Cinderella smiles faintly. Legacy doesn't count unless it's convenient. But your father? My father is a ghost in this house. Livia hesitates. If I could speak for you. You can't. And you won't. Livia flinches. I'm sorry. I know. They stand in silence for a moment. Then Livia reaches into her sleeve and pulls out a copy of her own invitation. Just read it, she says. You deserve to know what they're saying. That night, Cinderella sits by the attic window. The invitation lies open on her lap. It is beautifully printed, silver script, flowing lines. But beneath the surface, something strange pulses. Her fingertips prickle as they pass over the ink. Then, something shifts. The ink rearranges, letters morph, curling into something older. A symbol emerges. A spiral. And below it, written faintly. Not all spells are spoken. She opens her journal and finds another new line waiting. The ball is not a gift. It is a mirror. What you see there, you must carry back. She closes the journal. And for the first time, she speaks aloud, not a whisper, not a murmur, but a declaration. My name is Cinderella. The mirror across the attic glints. A seam forms down its center, not a crack. A doorway. In the dream that night, she stands in the grand ballroom. Empty. The chandeliers are veiled, the floor dusted in ash. She wears a gown that shifts between midnight and embers. And all around her, mirrors line the walls, tall, faceless, humming softly. From behind them, 1,000 quills begin to write her name. Over and over and over again. The attic holds secrets the rest of the manor pretends never existed. Cinderella has searched it before, in childhood, for treasure, in youth, for evidence her life had not always been cinder-stained and forgotten. But tonight, with her name freshly spoken and the spiral still burning behind her eyes, she searches not for memory, but for magic. She finds it beneath the floorboards. A trunk sealed with old leather straps and brass buckles. She pries them open, hands trembling, breath sharp in her throat. Inside, moth-eaten silk, brittle lace, a pair of gloves the color of moonlight, and beneath them all, wrapped in a cloth that smells faintly of cedar and ash. A dress. Not stitched for beauty, but for becoming. It shimmers with threads of deep red and black and gold, like coals in shadow. When she touches it, the cloth stirs, not from breeze, but recognition. At the hem, embroidered in thread darker than night, is the spiral. And next to it, a mark she has never seen, a branch with thorns and flame at its root. She presses her palm to it. The attic grows warm. The mirror breathes out. When she puts the dress on, it doesn't fit her, it forms around her. Like memory stitching itself into skin. The moment she cinches the sash at her waist, her reflection shifts. No soot on her face. No meekness in her spine. No borrowed name. Only Cinderella, complete. She descends the main staircase that night. The household is asleep. She leaves through the front door. The gates open at her touch. The road into the city stretches silver before her, lit by moonlight and something deeper, as if the spiral beneath her feet now guides her step. She does not take a carriage. She does not need a wand. She needs only to arrive. The palace glows ahead like a temple of masks. Glass domes. Perfumed air. Music that never rests. The ball is already in motion, noble daughters in silks, sons in stiff collars, eyes that see only wealth. But when Cinderella enters the ballroom, the music falters. Not for her beauty, though she gleams like myth. Not for her mystery, though no one knows her. But because the room feels her. As if a part of the story they buried has returned to reclaim its place. She does not look for the prince. She walks the perimeter. She touches each mirror along the wall. They do not show her face. They show fire. A red cloak. A cracked slipper. A woman standing beneath a tree with two blossoms, one white, one crimson. The spirals are everywhere now, in the carvings of the ballroom pillars, in the pattern of the tiles beneath her feet, in the eyes of the chandeliers. This ball is not for choosing. It is for revealing. At the center of the ballroom stands a single pedestal. On it, a mask, black as pitch, studded with embers. She lifts it. The mirror nearest her explodes into light. Time ripples. And the clock strikes. 12. Everything halts. Not in silence. In truth. Guests stop dancing. In the mirrors, their reflections fracture. Masks melt. Hair grays. Eyes widen. No one sees her for who they thought she was. They see her as she is. And as she steps into the center of the room, the flame in her gown burns brighter. Not with fire. With choice. Midnight does not ring. It splits. The great clock shudders. Its chimes warp, slowing as if swallowed by silence. Glass fractures in the chandelier above, its pieces suspended in air like frozen rain. The ballroom, filled with laughter, artifice, and ritual, becomes something else. A stage without script. A mirror without mercy. Cinderella stands at the center. Her gown burns slowly, not in flame, but in transformation. The black and ember silk flickers with moving shapes, vines, feathers, words. Her name ripples across it, not embroidered, but alive. The guests stare, some in awe, others in terror. Masks dissolve from their faces. Mirren's nose bleeds. Livia faints. Seraphine clutches the edge of her chair as if the truth were dragging her backward through time. Prince Dorian watches from the dais, unmoving. Not enchanted, riveted. He has seen beauty before. He has seen performance. But he has never seen reclamation. The mirrors along the ballroom walls no longer reflect the room. They show a forest. A grave with two trees. A red cloak folded beside a journal. The watcher, not a person, but a presence, hunched over a quill, scribbling furiously. One mirror shows the manor burning. Another, the spiral widening until it consumes the world. Cinderella turns. She meets her stepmother's gaze across the ballroom. "I was never yours," she says aloud. "You erased me. But I learned how to write back." Seraphine's lips part, but no sound escapes. Instead, the floor beneath her fractures, not physically, but in memory. The version of her that ruled the house splinters. Cinderella walks forward. Each step she takes reveals a different version of herself in the mirrors. A scullery maid. A dancing girl. A writer. A flame. Each version turns to look at her, and bows. Dorian steps down from the dais. He approaches her slowly. "Who are you?" he asks. Her answer is calm, certain. "I am the one you forgot to believe in." He lowers his head. "Then let me remember." She smiles. "No. Let me remind you." She reaches into the folds of her gown and produces the black mask from earlier. She hands it to him. He places it over his face. And when he lifts his gaze again, he sees the ball not as it pretends to be, but as it is. Hollow. Haunted. Hungry. A machine of stories told wrong. He gasps. And the clock chimes again. The 12th stroke. Time restarts. The mirrors explode. The guests scream. Cinderella walks through the storm of glass uncut. And as the last bell tolls, she leaves the palace. not in panic. In purpose. Behind her, the marble floor scorches. Her slipper falls, not delicate, not glass. It is obsidian. Blackened. Hot. It hisses against the floor. Dorian kneels beside it. He touches it and sees not her face, but a spiral, glowing red. He holds it close. And somewhere, in the sky above the palace, a red blossom blooms. The palace is quiet the next morning. No music. No laughter. Only smoke. The ballroom is sealed. Guards stand outside with eyes like stone. Inside, the mirrors lie in ruin. Glass litters the floor like starlight shattered. The obsidian slipper rests in a velvet box beside Prince Dorian's bed. He hasn't slept. He watches the slipper as if it might speak, and in some way, it has. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, visions erupted behind his eyes, a spiral burning through the fabric of a red gown, a forest beneath a ballroom floor, a name carved into bark by fire. Cinderella. He repeats it aloud. Not as a summons. As a confession. Across the city, rumors churn. They call her the ghost of the ball. The Ember Witch. The girl with the flame dress. But none know her name. Except Dorian. And Seraphine. At the manor, Seraphine is cracking. Not visibly, her hair remains immaculate, her eyes sharp. But something in her stepsister's gaze has shifted. Mirren refuses to speak of the ball. Livia will not leave her room. The air hangs heavy, as if the house itself fears being remembered. Cinderella returns after dawn. No one sees her enter. She climbs to the attic, where her journal waits. But something is wrong. Pages are missing. Torn. Only a few remain. One page holds a single line. She leaves pieces of herself so the world cannot forget her again. Another, the slipper burns because the story did. She reaches into her satchel, the one she wore to the ball, and pulls out the twin to the obsidian slipper. Still whole. Still hot. She places it beside the journal. It doesn't sit still. It pulses. A heartbeat. A warning. A promise. Dorian arrives before dusk. He comes without fanfare, cloak thrown over his shoulder, the obsidian slipper held carefully in one gloved hand. Seraphine greets him with her polished smile. "Your Highness," she says, "forgive the modesty of our house." He looks past her. Straight to Cinderella, standing behind the banister. Their eyes lock. "I believe this belongs to you," he says, raising the slipper. Cinderella descends slowly. She does not curtsy. She takes the slipper in her hand. It does not fit, it fuses. Her gown reappears in full, the embers, the spiral, the name. Seraphine stumbles backward. "This is not permitted," she gasps. "This was never yours to permit," Cinderella replies. She turns to Dorian. "I am not here to marry you." "I know," he says. "I'm not here to run away with you." "I know that, too." "Then why are you here?" He places a hand on his chest. To remember what the truth looks like. The slipper crumbles in her hand. Ash falls to the floor. In the ashes, a single sigil, glowing faintly. The same one carved in the forest. The same one in Red's grimoire. The same one etched into the Watcher's pages. A spiral. Dorian kneels before it. Not in supplication. In understanding. That night, Cinderella returns to her mother's grave. The tree is blooming. 2 blossoms now, one red, one black. Between them, a new bud. It glows faintly in the dark. And beneath the bark, her name is written again. Cinderella. Not in ink. in flame. The manor does not welcome her anymore. It watches her. Shutters groan when she walks past. Mirrors fog over without breath. The staircase creaks even when no one moves. Cinderella is no longer hidden. She no longer tries to be. The obsidian ash from the slipper lies beneath her bed now, a small pile that pulses faintly with heat. In it, she placed her father's old signet ring, the only thing of his that Seraphine didn't claim. The ash consumed the gold and left behind a mark in its place. A tree. Split. Burning from within. She copies it into her journal. Every page is lined with her name now, not for ego, but for memory. She has learned the Watcher's trick. If they write over you enough, you forget your shape. She writes to remember. But tonight, the journal resists. As she presses pen to page, the ink curls backward. Her hand moves, but the words change. The Watcher knows your voice now. She slams it shut. The attic mirror flashes. A momentary glimpse, not of herself, but of the ball. The prince kneeling. Her stepmother gasping. The spiral burning in the floor. And something else. Behind all of it, a shadow at a desk. Quill in hand. Des. At midnight, the manor shudders. Not from storm. From memory. Every mirror flashes. The great portrait of Seraphine's family blisters and peels. Mirren screams in her sleep. Cinderella descends the stairs barefoot, her ember dress forming again without her willing it. The journal hovers in her hands, pages turning in unseen wind. She reaches the drawing room, the room where her father last read to her. The room Seraphine sealed after his death. The door opens. Inside, nothing but dust and the scent of ash. She places the journal on the hearth. Whispers curl from the corners of the room. Names. Truths. Stories unwritten. The house breathes once. And then, the flames catch. But not from match or flint. From remembrance. She watches as the fire consumes the manor. Not wildly, with precision. It licks only the rooms that held lies. The chairs where Seraphine spoke of duty. The mirror where Cinderella once saw nothing. The portrait of the bloodline rewritten. But the attic stays untouched. So does the grave. And so does the journal. When the flames settle, Cinderella stands alone in the ruins. Seraphine is gone. Mirren, too. Only Livia remains, standing beside her, hand in hers. I didn't know the truth could burn like this, Livia whispers. Cinderella turns to her. No. The lie burned. The truth stayed. Beneath their feet, in the scorched stone, the spiral gleams. And beneath it, a new word carved itself. Not written by Cinderella. Not by the Watcher. By the house itself. Remember. The house smolders for hours. The flames are not chaotic. They move with eerie intent, as if guided by a hand unseen but long patient. The fire consumes only what it needs, the curtains sewn with false lineage, the books rewritten to glorify Seraphine's name, the gallery of ancestors Seraphine never descended from. Room by room, the fire purges the lie. And Cinderella watches. Not with vengeance. With clarity. She and Livia move through the ruins together, not running, not weeping. The hallways crack and flake underfoot. The great banister collapses, revealing the hollow within, paper, old and crumbling, stuffed into the walls, family records, letters from Cinderella's mother, her father's poetry. Hidden. Seraphine buried everything that didn't belong to her, Livia whispers. Cinderella crouches to collect the pages. Ash drifts through the air, soft as snow. She tucks the letters into her satchel, not all of them legible, but real. My father was trying to preserve her, she says. The truth of her. He hid her in the walls. Livia shivers. He never stopped fighting. Even when he vanished. Then neither will I. In the drawing room, the fire fades first. It leaves behind blackened walls and a hearth cold with bone-white ash. Cinderella kneels before it. Her journal lies closed on the stone. Unburnt. She opens it. A new page has appeared, one she did not write. When the fire ends, plant the ash. What was lost may bloom again. She traces the words. Below them, faint lines form, not words, but a sigil. A branching root. And at its base, a spiral. Outside, dawn breaks. Smoke rises like incense into the sky. Villagers gather at the manor gates. Some come in pity. Some in fear. Some with eyes wide in awe. But none speak. They only watch as Cinderella descends the steps, soot streaked and glowing faintly in the morning light. She does not explain. She does not apologize. She carries the journal, the satchel, and her name. At the edge of the estate, where the orchard once stood, she finds a patch of earth unburnt. There, she kneels and opens her palm. She pours the ashes of the slipper and the fire's remains into the soil. And from her satchel, she pulls the letters, her father's words, her mother's voice, and buries them gently. Then she whispers, "Remember us." The wind stirs. And from the ground, a single sprout begins to rise. Fast. Hungry. Not just a tree. A story. Livia gasps. What kind of magic is this? Cinderella stands. The kind they couldn't steal. She and Livia turn toward the road. The manor behind them collapses, not violently, but with grace. A curtain closing on a chapter never meant to last. And in the wind, a voice rides, not from mouth, not from memory. She writes in flame, not ink. Far away, in a darkened room lit by candle and parchment, the watcher sits. Quill trembling. Inkwell nearly dry. Eyes wide. A spiral has formed on his page, without his hand. And above it, written in unfamiliar script. Cinderella. The tree grows quickly. In the days after the fire, it stretches from a sapling to a slender trunk crowned with dark red leaves. Villagers pass it with bowed heads. Children whisper that the tree hums when touched. No one cuts it down. No one dares. Cinderella tends to it each morning. She waters it with melted snow and covers the roots with offerings. Pages from her father's rescued letters, the last of her mother's scarf, a single thread from the ember gown. She speaks to it, not like prayer, but like remembrance. Your name was never gone, she tells the tree. Only buried. Livia stays with her. They rebuild, not the manor, but something simpler. A house made of wood and stone, standing beside the two grave trees, her mother's, and now this second one, forged from ash and story. The journal remains open on the hearth. Its pages turn when no wind blows. New entries appear in a handwriting not quite hers. Spirals drift into the margins. Sometimes, it writes her dreams before she wakes. One morning, the journal shows a passage that wasn't there before. The watcher no longer watches. He waits. Word spreads far beyond the village. Strangers come, not in mobs, but quietly, scholars, seekers, those who've heard the tale of the girl who turned fire into freedom. Some ask her to speak her story. She declines. Stories aren't meant to be told, she says. They're meant to be reclaimed. And so they sit in the grass. They touch the spiral etched in the earth. They breathe. They remember. One day, a messenger arrives bearing a gift, a book without a title, bound in black leather. No message. No sender. Cinderella opens it. Inside, for blank pages. But on the fifth, a single word. Her. She closes it. A red petal falls from between the pages. It does not match the flowers of either tree. She places it on the journal beside the hearth. The flame flickers. That night, she dreams of the forest. Not the one behind the manor. The forest beneath. She walks barefoot along a spiraled path lined with shadows and glimmering stones. A voice follows her, not her own, not the watcher's, but something older. A voice made of many. For will burn. For will bloom. One will write. One will remember. She comes to a tree with no bark, just smooth, pale wood that shines like bone. On its trunk, for symbols. A red cloak. A black slipper. A thorned vine. A beast's eye. She places her hand on the second. The tree opens. And light pours through. Cinderella wakes at dawn. The tree outside bears a new blossom. Red, black, and gold. In the center, her name, not written, but formed in the curve of each petal. She breathes deeply. She does not weep. The forest has come. And it remembers her. Ashes and embers the end. Before we continue, if you are enjoying these stories, drop a like and subscribe to the channel. She was supposed to vanish. The ball was a containment, a spectacle, a cage of glass and gowns. A ritual built not to elevate but to erase. The girl in the cinders was meant to be swept away with the soot. But she wrote. She remembered. And worse still, she awakened the tree. Now it flowers beyond the grave. It listens to footsteps that do not fall. Its roots reach farther than even I imagined, into dreams, into pages I did not pen. I watched her burn the manor. I felt it in my ink. Every brick she turned to ash erased a rule I thought unbreakable. She no longer needs me. None of them do. But I am still here, aren't I? Still writing. Still watching. For now. The one in thorns begins to stir. She sleeps still, but her dream is bleeding. Time warps around her bed like vines around stone. She has not spoken in 100 years. But her rage is louder than fire. I should close this book. But I cannot. Not while the last page remains unwritten. Not while she still dreams. For 100 years, she has slept. But tonight, she dreams differently. There is no peace in her stillness. No romance in her repose. Her limbs do not lie gently across satin sheets, they twitch, subtly, like roots beneath frozen earth. Her name was once spoken with reverence. Now it is spoken like a warning. Briar. That is the name the world gave her, after the thorns that grew to protect her, or to imprison her, depending on who tells the story. The name sewn onto the tapestries. Painted in oils. Etched in the spines of books where her tale has become a parable. But Briar is not her true name. She has forgotten it. Or it was taken. The castle is silent. No footsteps. No breath. Only the soft rustle of wind through vine-choked towers and the creak of stone groaning beneath age. The rosebushes that encircle the walls bloom year-round, their petals black at the edges, their thorns sharp enough to cut memory. Time does not pass here. It spirals. And deep in the highest chamber of the east wing, beyond the halls of suspended courtiers, beyond the great iron door that weeps when touched, Briar lies in her bed of velvet and myth. But tonight, she shifts. Her eyes flutter. Not open, not yet, but unsealed, as if preparing to see. And in her dream, something new happens. She stands in a field of roses. All of them dead. The sky above is twilight, painted in bleeding red and silver. A tree looms in the distance, twisted, leafless, but pulsing faintly with warmth. She walks toward it. With each step, the ground echoes. Not with sound, but with voices. Soft, overlapping. Red in the thicket, ashes in the wind, her name is not hers. Awaken, awaken. She reaches the tree. At its base, a spinning wheel. Broken. No needle. No thread. Just the wheel, turning slowly on its own. She kneels beside it. Whispers rise from its center. Not warning. Invitation. And then, she hears it. A voice above her. Sharp. Warm. Familiar. Briar. She looks up. A figure stands at the edge of the dream. Cloaked in grey. Hand outstretched. Not the prince. Not a fairy. A woman. Eyes like mirrors. Hair like a crown of crow feathers. The spindle witch. You've dreamed long enough, she says. And places a red petal in Briar's hand. In the waking world, her finger twitches. Dust rises from the bedsheets. The vines along her windowsill tremble. A sound passes through the castle, like a breath drawn after too many years underwater. And in a distant corridor, a stone door cracks. Elsewhere, on horseback, traveling alone, a man approaches the edge of the sleeping forest. He holds a letter in one hand, sealed in gold wax, bearing the royal crest of a line that has long since died. He has read the fairy tale. He does not yet know the truth. But soon, he will enter the castle. And find not a sleeping beauty, but a dream unraveling. The castle does not greet him. It does not shift its vines to welcome his passage. It does not light torches or echo with fanfare. The great gates hang ajar as if broken by time rather than force. The air is thick, not just with age, but with intention, like something old and intelligent holds its breath within the stone. Prince August dismounts at the edge of the overgrown courtyard. He is not the first to come. The myth was irresistible, or a princess, asleep for 100 years, untouched by time, cursed by a witch no one has seen in a century. A treasure. A legend. A salvation for any house desperate to reclaim a dying bloodline. But the others never returned. Or, if they did, they came back hollow. Eyes wide. Tongues still. August is not like the others. He does not believe in heroism. He believes in questions. He steps through the shattered archway and into the outer hall. Dust coats every surface like velvet. Portraits sag in their frames, faces half erased by mold. The floor is littered with leaves that should not have survived the seasons. They crunch beneath his boots like bones. He lights a lantern. Its flame wavers, pale blue instead of gold. The castle notices. He finds the court first. The great hall is frozen mid-celebration. Figures line the banquet table, nobles dressed in embroidered silks, goblets raised, mouths open as if mid-toast. But no one moves. A woman in a jeweled headdress clutches a fork just inches from her mouth. A child holds a wooden toy horse frozen mid-gallop. One man stands as if delivering a speech, his robes ripple with a breeze that never was. They are not statues. They are not sleeping. They are paused. August walks among them, breath caught in his throat. His lantern light flickers across their faces. Some have tears suspended on their cheeks. Others, faint smiles. Not a single chest rises or falls. He leans down beside the queen at the table's end. "Your Majesty." No answer. He lifts her wrist. Warm. Still. Alive. But not present. He searches the tapestries for clues. They all tell the same tale, a young princess born beneath stars, cursed by a forgotten witch, protected by magic, saved by love. But one tapestry is different. Smaller. Tucked behind a curtain in a side corridor. It shows the princess not asleep, but walking through a spiral of thorns, her face a mask of red and gold. No prince follows. No crown graces her head. Beneath it, stitched in faded thread. Time is not a prison. It is a spell. And she was not the one who cast it. August climbs the central staircase. Each step feels heavier than the last. The air thickens. The walls bend subtly, not visibly, but perceptibly, as if the castle resists him. At the landing, he pauses before a locked iron door carved with roses. His lantern sputters. Behind the door, something breathes. Not deeply, but deliberately. He places a hand on the iron. It is warm. His heart races. The stories always say the prince arrives, finds her, kisses her. And she wakes. But as his fingers curl around the latch, the thought strikes him. What if she does not wish to be found? In the hall behind him, a mirror shatters. No wind. No movement. Just resistance. He turns slowly. The shards scatter across the floor in a spiral. And from the largest piece, ink begins to leak. Dripping upward. Forming words in the air. You are not the author of this tale. He does not run. He does not speak. He sets down the lantern. And steps into the ink. August falls. Not physically, but through time. The ink spirals him downward, slipping through his veins like cold fire. He blinks, and the castle is gone. The corridors twist and dissolve. The stone fades into thread, into strands of spinning gold, silver, and black. He lands not on earth, but on fabric. An enormous loom stretches before him, suspended in darkness, its web vast as sky. It weaves itself. No hands guide it. Yet each thread hums like a note of music played just once, and never again. In the center of the loom spins a spindle. It is not a fairy tale toy. It is massive, ancient, whirring faster than sight. It spins time. He watches as it twines strands together, moments, voices, memories. Then, without warning, it stops. The threads tremble. And from the space around it, a voice emerges. You want to wake her. August turns. The air ripples. A woman steps forward from the dark. Her robe is woven of shadow and thorn. Her hair hangs like ink. Her eyes are not cruel, they are ancient. She is not beautiful. She is not monstrous. She is correct. The Spindle Witch. August does not speak at first. She watches him. You do not belong here, she says. I didn't come to steal her, he replies. Then why did you come? To understand. The spindle spins again. She approaches it and places a single finger upon its whirling surface. The threads freeze. This is where her story was broken, she says. This is where I caught it. She tells him the truth. Not a curse. A containment. The girl, the one they named Briar, was born into a world that already wanted to use her. As symbol, as bride, as passive power. So the witch wove a spell. To keep her from becoming what they wrote. To sleep, she says, is to pause. To hide her voice long enough for the ink to run dry. But she's been asleep for a century, August whispers. Yes. Was that your intent? No. He looks at the threads. Some stretch longer than they should. She couldn't wake. She wouldn't. Until the world could no longer pretend to know her. He steps closer to the spindle. I don't want to write her ending, he says. The witch watches him closely. But I want her to know she can write her own. The threads around them shiver. The spindle stops spinning. A spiral glows in the center of its wheel. And from within the threads, a heartbeat pulses, not August's. Not the witch's. Briar's. She's listening, the witch says softly. She always has been. August reaches for the spindle. He touches the spiral. The world breaks. The threads unravel. The loom burns. Not with flame, with memory. And above it all, a single phrase drips from the ceiling like ink. She dreamed. She waited. Now she writes. He falls again, upward this time, and lands before the iron door. The latch lifts by itself. And beyond it, the chamber. The girl. The story paused. But not for long. The room beyond the iron door is not what he expected. There is no grand bed carved of ivory, no silk canopy, no glass coffin. There is a forest. Alive. It blooms from the stone. Vines cracking through marble, roots entwining across the ceiling. Flowers hang like lanterns, petals pulsing with faint bioluminescence. The air smells of lavender and lightning, of something waiting too long to breathe. And at the center, she lies. On a slab of dark wood twisted with roses. Her body is untouched by time. Her hair spills across moss. Her hands rest on her chest, palms curled inward. Her eyelids flutter beneath. August steps inside. The thorns part for him, not like a gate. Like a warning. One vine brushes his wrist. It draws blood. The drop falls to the floor and vanishes into the stone. Whispers stir in the branches. He listens. The thorns speak. Not with voice, with memory. They say her name over and over. But not Briar. Another name. One he cannot hold. It slips from his thoughts each time it forms. He kneels beside her. Her face is tranquil, but her brows twitch. Her mouth moves slightly. She is dreaming. He watches her hand. It shifts. Just. Not because she threatened the child. Because she knew her. The girl grows older. The parties begin. The prophesies arrive. The thorns creep in. Time fractures. He stumbles back into the present. Briar's eyes open. Not wide. Just enough. One breath. Sharp. Real. He steps back. The thorns recoil. Her lips part. She speaks a single word. Not his name. Not hers. When? The room trembles. The vines bloom red. And the watcher's ink drips from the ceiling. Not all stories need an ending. But she will choose one anyway. She dreams again, but the dream has changed. It no longer obeys. It no longer loops the way it used to, soft and circular, wrapped in the lullabies of court and cradle and curse. Now, it claws outward, into the dark corners of her memory. It shows her not what she once knew, but what she chose not to see. Briar walks barefoot through a long corridor. The walls breathe. Each step leaves a red mark behind her, not blood, but ink. Doors line both sides. She opens them one by one. Behind the first, a version of herself at a spinning wheel, but her eyes are empty, and her hands bleed from turning thread that leads nowhere. Behind the second, a cradle made of vines. Inside it, a baby sleeps beside a thorn. The thorn grows, the baby doesn't. Behind the third, a woman in a red cloak. Not Cinderella. Not Briar. Someone else. Older. Watching. Briar closes that door last. It speaks as it shuts. You are the third. In the dream, she reaches the throne room. But it is not her father's. It is overgrown with roses and crawling with shadows. A voice echoes from the vines. What did they promise you? She does not answer. Because she knows now they promised her nothing. They chose for her. Sleep was not a gift. It was a silencing. Suddenly, the throne splits. A mirror rises from beneath it. Not silver. Black. She looks in. The reflection is not her face. It is her body, slumped in a bed, vines coiled tight around her. She reaches out. The mirror shatters. In the shards, she sees Red walking through a forest. She sees Cinderella burning down a manor. She sees herself, not sleeping, but screaming, her voice swallowed by petals. A snarl tears through the dream. From the darkness, a beast. No name. No eyes. All teeth. It lunges. She does not run. She lifts her hand. The spiral forms in her palm, not drawn, not given. Claimed. She thrusts it forward. The beast halts mid-air, caught in thorns. They sprout from the ground, from her hands, from her chest. They wrap it, silence it, consume it. Not with death. With truth. It fades into dust. And beneath it, a seed. She picks it up. It pulses. Like a heart. Like a clock. She wakes. Fully. August gasps. She sits up. Not weak. Not blinking. Aware. She turns to him. You were not the first, she says. He nods. I know. Then why are you here? He answers without flinching. To ask if you want to be awake. She smiles. It is not soft. It is sovereign. I've been awake longer than you know, she replies. And the vines behind her burst into bloom. The castle rearranges itself. Not with stone or mortar, but with intention. Corridors stretch. Stairwells wind where none stood before. The shadows shift not with the sun, which never fully rises here, but with her. Briar walks. Not as a lost girl in a gown. Not as a myth waiting to be kissed. But as a sovereign of herself. Each step she takes, the roses recoil. Then bloom anew, not red, but gold. August follows in silence. He does not speak, not yet. He watches. Learns. She does not ask for guidance. He does not offer it. They come to a hall neither remembers, long and vaulted, lined with tall mirrors. Dozens of them. But these are not reflective. They are records. Each mirror shows a version of Briar. In one, she sleeps as armies fight outside her window, her body locked in stasis while empires rise and fall. In another, she marries a prince. Her smile is porcelain. Her hands never touch anything but lace. In another, she is crowned in her cradle. Never touched. Never questioned. Alone. And in one, tucked at the far end of the hall, she is screaming. No one hears her. A glass dome seals her mouth shut. Briar walks the corridor slowly. August follows. She stops at the mirror of the screaming version. She touches the glass. It shudders. Cracks form. Ink drips down from within, forming words across the fractured surface. She will not be written. The mirror shatters. Not outward. Inward. The shards fold into themselves, revealing not a wall, but a doorway. She steps through. Inside, a small chamber. Circular. A chair. A desk. A quill hovering mid-air. A journal, open. Pages filled with half-written lines, some her thoughts, some not. She picks up the quill. It burns cold. The watcher's ink. She speaks aloud. I am not a lesson. The words vanish from the page. She writes instead. I remember myself. The spiral etches into the parchment. Behind her, August speaks for the first time. What happens now? She does not turn. She tears the page from the book. It ignites in her hand, slow, blue, whispering. Then she turns to him. Now, she says, we start telling the truth. The desk collapses. The walls fold away. And the mirrors behind them shatter, all of them, into 1,000 bright petals. They swirl around her like a storm. And as they fall, one by one, each reflects her face. The same face. No longer fractured. No longer sleeping. They descend into the roots of the castle. There are no stairs here, only spiraled stone, worn down by footsteps long vanished. The air tightens. The walls breathe. Thorn roots curl like veins along the ceiling. At the base of the spiral stands the spindle room. But it is no longer a ruin. It waits. The spindle itself glows faintly. Not gold. Not silver. It is forged of blackwood and threaded with red fire. It hums a song without sound, low and steady, like a pulse. Briar steps into the room. The walls ripple. She has been here before, not in waking, but in dream. 1,000 times. Always from a distance. Always as a child. Now, she stands before the spindle as herself. She places her hand upon it. The room blooms open like a seed. She falls inward, not down, but across. Across time. Across memory. Across versions. She sees herself at birth, wrapped in thornvine instead of blankets. The spindle witch whispering a name to her, her real name, one she still cannot hear. Her mother weeping, not from joy, but fear. A room of scholars debating her future, as if she were myth before she was ever breath. A court deciding the terms of her curse without ever asking her. She floats above it all. Then she falls again, into a dreamscape. She lands in a field. The sky is violet. The grass is black. The wind hums in spiral rhythm. Across the field, a woman in a cloak made of nettle and ash. The spindle witch. They do not speak immediately. Then, "You gave me the curse," Briar says. "No," the witch replies. "I gave you a delay." Briar steps closer. "You made me sleep. I gave you a way to survive long enough to be heard." Briar's fists clench. "You made me a tail." "No," the witch corrects, "they did that. I made you a thorn." Silence. Briar's voice softens. "Why did you help me?" The witch tilts her head. "Because I once had a voice. And they silenced mine. I did not want that for you." Briar looks at her hands. They are glowing. Not gold. Not blood red. But violet flame. "Then what am I now?" The witch smiles. "You are awake. You are unfinished. And you are free." The dreamscape shatters. Briar wakes on the floor of the spindle room. August kneels beside her. Her hair floats, not from wind, but from force. Behind her, the spindle turns once. Then stops. Forever. Briar stands. "I'm not sleeping again," she says. "Ever?" "Not until I choose it." Above them, the castle groans. And the vines along every wall burst into bloom. Not roses. Not thorns. But something new. The castle no longer sleeps. It remembers. From its towers to its deepest vaults, every stone, every vine, every sliver of glass pulses with returning memory. The magic that once silenced its halls now murmurs in chorus, not enchantment, but reckoning. Briar walks its length as queen and ghost. Behind her, August follows. Not as a prince. Not as a savior. As a witness. The court awakens in stages. Not with yawns or stretches. With screams. Not of pain, of realization. The nobles rise, blinking. The guards stagger to their feet, weapons forgotten. The queen, Briar's mother, stares at her daughter as though seeing a flame in human form. Briar pauses before her. Mother. The queen does not speak. Briar touches her hand, and her mother gasps. As if memory floods her like water. She collapses to her knees. I thought you were. I am. Briar replies. But not what you made me. The courtiers try to restore order. But the vines ignore them. They twist along balconies and wrap around columns, whispering to those who once shaped Briar's life without her consent. One man shouts for tradition. The vines silence him. Another asks for forgiveness. The vines spare him, and bloom where he stands. In the throne room, Briar ascends the dais. The throne itself has changed. It is no longer marble and silk. It is root and stone. It pulses faintly, wrapped in green and red and ash-colored bark. A crown rests on the seat. Thorns. Curved like a spiral. She lifts it. It does not prick her. It bends to her hand. And as she places it upon her head, the entire castle exhales. The windows crack. Not from force, from release. Light pours through. Not sun. Not magic. Memory. And in every beam, moments return. Her childhood. Her voice. Her name, still just beyond hearing. Her freedom. August watches from below. You've remade the spell, he says. No, she replies, eyes glowing. I've rewritten it. The quill that once wrote her silence now drips ink onto the floor. From it, a message forms. The Watcher cannot follow her anymore. And above the throne, a new symbol forms. Not the spiral, but a crown of thorns, broken open. And from its center, a flame. The world tilts. Not visibly. Not with earthquakes or thunder. But with a quiet that ripples through the castle like the breath drawn before a scream. Briar steps from her throne. And the spiral fractures. Not in the stone, in reality. The walls of the throne room blur. Time itself hesitates. The windows no longer show sky, they show other versions. In one, the castle burns. In another, it crumbles into vines. In another, it is empty. And in all of them, she is gone. August stumbles, clutching the edge of the dais. What's happening? He gasps. Briar doesn't flinch. They're trying to close the book. She looks to the far end of the hall. A door has appeared. Black. Shimmering. Bleeding ink. She walks toward it. Each step she takes echoes not just here, but through time. Every version of her shudders. Wakes. Looks up. They all rise. She opens the door. And steps into the chamber of spirals. It is endless, a void where pages float midair, unwritten. And in the center, hunched over a desk with a broken quill and black-stained fingers. The Watcher. He looks up. He is not old. Not young. He is empty. He speaks with a voice made of rust and regret. You weren't supposed to remember. Briar approaches. No, she replies. You weren't supposed to erase. He shudders. I only meant to protect the shape of the tail. At the cost of the girl inside it. She wasn't ready. She was never allowed to be. She circles him. Around his feet, broken spirals shift and writhe. The ink begins to evaporate. You buried me in sleep. You buried yourself, he says. I only told the world what it wanted to hear. That's your problem, Briar whispers. You told. You never asked. She lifts her hand. The spiral glows on her palm. She presses it to the watcher's desk. The ink retreats. The pages fall. Blank. And then begin to write themselves. But not in his hand. In hers. Line by line. The truth reasserts itself. The spindle. The silence. The rage. The reclaiming. The watcher screams. Ink pours from his mouth, his eyes, his hands. Then he collapses, not in pain, but in relief. I don't have to hold it anymore, he whispers. And vanishes. Briar stands alone. The desk dissolves. The spiral glows once more. She walks through it. Back in the castle, August waits. The walls twist, then return. The sky clears. And Briar steps into the hall again. Crowned. Whole. Awake. She does not speak. She does not need to. Above her, the stars realign. A new constellation burns. It is shaped like a girl, walking out of a spiral with thorns beneath her feet. The kingdom does not remember how long the curse lasted. Some say it was 100 years. Others say the castle merely vanished into mist and dream. But when it returned, with every wall breathing, every vine in bloom, and the girl once called Sleeping Beauty walking among the ruins like fire in human shape, none dared question what time had stolen. They only listened. Because she remembered everything. Briar stands at the edge of the palace gardens, or what they once were. The rosebushes have grown into trees. The thorns curl upward like spires. And the air is filled not with perfume, but the scent of ink, moss, and flame. At her side, Livia from the ashes has come. And far in the west, the forest stirs, the same one where Red once broke the story that shaped her. The spiral is unraveling. The watcher is gone. But his pages remain empty now. Waiting. Briar returns to the throne room one last time. The throne has changed again. Now it is a ring of roots, no single seat, but a circle. She stands at its center. Above her, the stars align. The sky opens. And down floats a page. It lands in her palm. Written in no known hand, it reads, "Four will break. Four will rise. One will remember. One will rewrite." She turns the page over. Blank. Waiting. She kneels in the center of the circle. The thorns rise around her. Not to trap. To crown. And from the soil beneath, a new vine blooms. It carries no flower. Only a mirror. She lifts it. And this time, the reflection is her own. Not twisted. Not split. Whole. She writes her name into the mirror's glass with her fingertip. It glows. And disappears. August asks her one final time. What happens now? She smiles, tired, fierce, free. We remember. That night, every person once touched by the tale, the queen, the courtiers, the guards, dreams the same thing. A girl walking through a spiral of fire. Not asleep. Not silent. but writing her story into the roots of the world. At the far edge of the forest, where Red once burned the wolf, and Cinderella once planted her ash, a third flower blooms. Not rose. Not lily. A black starflower. At its center, a single droplet of silver ink. And from within it, breath. They were never meant to wake. Not all of them. One was enough. One red hood reclaiming her voice. One ember burning through the lie. One thorn-crowned queen rewriting the tale. But now? Now the fourth one turns in the mirror. And I cannot hold her. Not with ink. Not with silence. Not with time. They think I am a villain. I never was. I was the boundary. The border between story and chaos. I held their narratives in place so the world could function. So girls would know what shape to wear. So heroes could know who to save. I did not lie. I preserved. But what is preservation to a girl told to sleep? What is silence to a voice that remembers? What is safety to a woman who has seen herself? I used to write their names. Now they write mine. One name, many hands. The quill twitches on the page. It does not obey me. I am not the author anymore. She is. They are. The final girl watches me from the glass. She has not spoken. But she knows me. She knows what I did. The mirror is the last door. The beast is waiting. But the reflection does not lie anymore. It dares. It pulses. It dreams. And this time, she will not wait to be seen. They say she went willingly. They say she loved the beast. They say she saw through the horror into the gentle soul beneath. They are wrong. Belle's father returned from the forest raving. Eyes wide, hands shaking, shirt torn by invisible claws. He spoke of a castle of glass, a voice in the dark, a presence that watched without form. They called it madness. Belle knew better. She had seen something in the pond behind their house once, not her face, but her reflection, looking back with eyes not hers. It had smiled. And whispered, "He's waiting for you." So when her father brought back a single red rose and a plea, he demanded someone in return, Belle stepped forward before he could even ask. Not out of loyalty. Not love. But relief. She was already slipping in her skin. Already tired of being seen, praised for being quiet, admired for being patient, told she was so gentle, so good, while her heart screamed for something no mirror had ever shown her. The deal wasn't a sacrifice. It was an escape. The forest did not resist her. The path twisted, but the thorns parted. The castle rose not like a fortress, but like a question. Its towers gleamed in grey twilight. Its windows reflected nothing. Not sky. Not trees. Not Belle. The front doors opened soundlessly at her touch. Inside, silence. No servants. No torches. Just mirrors. Every hallway lined with them. Every stairwell. Every doorknob shaped like an eye. But none of them showed her. She passed dozens. Not one gave back her face. The dining hall greeted her with a single place set. A rose in a glass dome hovered above the plate. It pulsed faintly. She touched it. The voice arrived. Not a roar. Not a growl. A whisper behind her shoulder. You are the first to arrive who already hated her reflection. Belle did not startle. Show yourself, she said. The air shifted. The chandelier dimmed. And from the shadows beside the fireplace, the beast emerged. He was not grotesque. He was shifting. Each time she looked directly, his form blurred, sometimes furred, sometimes scaled, sometimes cloaked in shadows like wings. His face changed with her focus. Only his eyes remained constant, gold, sad, old. He bowed. "I am what they made me," he said. "I know," she replied. They did not dine. They spoke. Of subtle but constant. One stairwell now twists the opposite way. A hallway she walked yesterday leads somewhere new. But always, the mirrors remain. Dozens. Hundreds. Each unique in shape, in frame, in tilt, some warped like funhouse glass, others clear as water. None reflect her. She stops before one particularly tall mirror, framed in silver. In it, a girl in a yellow gown. Not her. Not quite. The girl's smile is brittle. Her eyes plead. Belle steps closer. The image shudders. Her lips move. But no sound emerges. Belle reaches out. The glass goes dark. At midday, the beast appears. No footsteps. No shadow. He simply arrives beside her in the library, where she reads books without titles, the pages filled with half-sentences and fading ink. "I want to understand the mirrors," she says without looking up. He nods once. They do not lie. But they don't tell the truth either. What do they show? What you fear is real. She closes the book. "I don't fear you." The beast watches her. His face flickers, fangs and softness, scars and eyes like bruises. "I know." Later, in the east wing, she finds the room of eyes. It is not marked. She knows it by instinct. Inside, dozens of mirrors are mounted floor to ceiling. Each with a single golden eye at the center. None reflect anything. Except one. In it, her. But not her now. Her at 7 years old. Standing in her childhood garden. Crying silently. Behind her, a mirror cracks. The eye in that mirror blinks. She flees. That night, she uncovers the mirror in her room. Her own. The one on the wall. It doesn't react at first. Then it breathes. Not with lungs, with memory. She sees herself at 15, smiling politely while her father praises her beauty. Herself at 17, burning letters she never sent. Herself at 20, standing in front of this very mirror, whispering, "Let me disappear." Then the mirror smiles. And whispers back, "We've been waiting." Belle steps away. She covers it again. But it still shivers. And on the silk, a new shape forms. A spiral. Drawn in dust. Belle begins to track the beast. Not like a hunter, but like a scholar. She watches the patterns of his appearances, how he avoids certain corridors, how he seems to prefer dusk to full light, how his form flickers more violently when he is near the west wing, where the oldest mirrors live. She starts asking questions. He never lies. But he does not answer directly. One morning, she follows the scent of burned wax to the greenhouse. It was once a grand hall of glass, now shattered and overgrown. The beast stands in the center, motionless. His reflection swims in the broken panes like oil. 10 different versions of him ripple across the scattered shards. Belle steps into the room. The reflections don't match. Each one shows a different face, horns, scales, void, sorrow. None are the same. She approaches. His eyes, the only constant, do not meet hers. "You cannot see me as I am," he says. "Why?" "Because I don't know what that is." They sit beside the reflection pool. He avoids the water. Belle watches her own image ripple on the surface until it changes. Suddenly, it shows her with claws. With teeth. With his voice. She blinks, it's gone. The beast sees the shift in her face. You're starting to see it, too. What? What the mirror really shows. That night, she dreams of a long hallway lined with mirrors. At the end stands the beast. She reaches for him. But the mirrors don't show her reaching. They show her consuming. Devouring. She wakes gasping. The next day, the beast speaks more than usual. There was no enchantress, he tells her. Belle stares. No spell. No curse. Just shame. Guilt. I hid. The castle did what I wanted, it turned in on itself. It trapped me. And the mirrors. They're pieces of me. Belle understands too quickly. They don't reflect. He nods. They remember. She finds a small mirror that night in her dressing chamber. Round. Silver. It shows her weeping. Not now. Then. A version of her she buried. She lifts it. Holds it to her face. It shows the beast. Smiling. Then it cracks. A single word appears. Yours. She places the mirror on the windowsill. She doesn't sleep. Outside, the garden groans. And in the library, the beast tears a page from a book. His hand trembles. The page turns blank. And whispers. She sees you now. The castle no longer waits. It invites. Mirrors appear where there were none. Belle wakes to find them at the foot of her bed, behind curtains, inside books. Each time, they show not the present, but some version of her she fears. In one, she is regal, cold, adored by a court of glass-eyed suitors. In another, she is screaming at an empty room, tearing pages from a journal. In another, she is the beast, eyes burning, claws dripping. She learns not to look too long. But she always returns. The mirror's voice begins gently. It speaks when she brushes her hair. When she walks alone. When her thoughts begin to quiet. It says things like, "They only love you when you're silent. You would have been happier without a face. The beast is kinder than you are." She doesn't answer at first. But it learns her rhythms. She tries to shout it down, it grows louder. She tries to ignore it, it multiplies. One night, it changes tone. Not cruel. Curious. "What do you want, Belle?" She stands before the tall mirror in the corridor she once feared. Her voice is low. Not to disappear. The mirror is silent. Then you will have to stop being their beauty. She finds the beast in the garden, curled beneath the arch of dead roses. His shape flickers violently. When she kneels beside him, his face is hers. Startled, she pulls back. "Why are you?" "I'm what you see," he says, his voice hollow. "Then stop hiding." "I don't know how." She touches his cheek, the one that still shifts between forms. "Then let me look long enough that you do." The next day, she stands before the largest mirror in the castle. She says nothing. She does not cover it. She does not flinch. She only watches. The image twists. A girl. A beast. A woman burning her own portrait. A child holding a mask. A mirror shattering. And then, finally, her. Still. Eyes open. Unblinking. The mirror speaks once more. "So. You still want to stay?" Belle breathes. And says, "Yes." The mirror cracks. Not violently. Like a seed. A soft line down its center. From within, ink drips. One word written in gold. Begin. The door to the west wing is no longer locked. Belle does not remember unlocking it. But it waits. A single black rose hangs above it, suspended by no visible thread. It drips. Not petals. Ink. Inside, silence. No mirrors line these halls. No paintings. No furniture. Only walls of polished obsidian, pure and dark enough to reflect the soul if stared at too long. Belle walks them alone. The beast does not follow. He cannot. She feels that in her bones. This part, this chamber, belongs to her. The chamber at the end of the hall is round. Its walls are mirrors, floor to ceiling. No gaps. No frames. Just silver, unbroken. And in the center, a pedestal. On it, a single mirror, oval, ancient, rimmed in iron thorns. Belle approaches. The air thins. Her ears ring. The mirror's surface shimmers. Not with light. With memory. She sees herself, age 5, begging not to wear the dress her aunt chose. Herself, age 11, cutting her hair and being told she looked less lovable. Herself, age 16, scribbling her own name over and over in a journal, as if trying to remember it belonged to her. Herself, age 19, holding the first cracked mirror she ever smashed, and whispering, "You don't know me." The mirror whispers now. But not in the mirror's voice. In hers. What would you look like without their gaze? Belle's breath catches. I don't know. Then look. The mirror glows. And her reflection solidifies. Not soft. Not cruel. Not beautiful. Not monstrous. Just her. Fierce. Tired. Alive. From the mirror's base, the watcher's ink begins to rise. Letters curl in the air like smoke. If she writes herself fully, I will vanish. The voice is desperate. She needs me. I kept her shape. Belle closes her eyes. And whispers. I don't need shape. I need truth. She lifts the mirror. Holds it close. And breathes on it. It fogs. And in the mist, a door appears. She steps through. And leaves the watcher behind. Screaming. Fading. Forgotten. Outside the chamber, the beast waits. His form does not shift. Not today. Because she does not. They look at each other, and for the first time, they see. The beast stands in the garden. Not hiding. Not shifting. He is still. Belle walks to him. She does not rush. She carries the mirror she found in the chamber, no longer glowing, but warm, like something finally settled. She lifts it, just once, and looks into it. It shows only her. Whole. Then she turns it toward him. Your turn. He flinches. The mirror doesn't force itself on him. It waits. The beast breathes. He does not reach for it. He kneels before it. Slowly. And opens his eyes. The image that forms is not monstrous. It is a man. Tired. Older than he remembers. With shadows beneath his eyes and scars where his pride once lived. He doesn't cry. But he leans into the reflection, forehead pressed to the glass, as though recognizing someone lost long ago. Belle kneels beside him. He does not speak. But when she touches his shoulder, he doesn't flinch. She asks, softly, "What did they call you?" He doesn't answer immediately. Then, "A prince." And now? He turns to her. No longer. Good. He rises. He does not flicker. He walks like he hasn't in years. They return to the castle. Mirrors fall from the walls behind them. Not shattered. Released. In the library, the books now have titles. In the dining hall, the rose under glass has wilted, not dead, just done. In the room of eyes, the golden irises close, one by one. And in Belle's chamber, her mirror hums. No longer whispering. Just breathing. Like her. The castle itself groans in its foundations. It is letting go. Of illusions. Of roles. Of the Watcher's ink. The beast leads Belle to the great hall. There, he shows her one last mirror, massive, obsidian, set into the floor like a well. She peers down. And sees nothing. I buried myself here, he says. I made this castle to keep people out. And you? He nods. Belle kneels. Runs a finger along the edge. The mirror ripples. Then speaks, in his voice. May I be unmade? Belle looks up. Not with pity. With choice. Not unmade, she says. Rewritten. The mirror splits. The beast gasps. His hands, no longer shifting. His face, his own. At last. He weeps, but silently. Belle watches. Then, wordlessly, offers him her hand. He takes it. The hall darkens. The castle shifts. And from the broken obsidian, a tree begins to grow. Black bark. Silver leaves. A mirror at its center. But this one does not reflect. It remembers. And accepts. The storm begins at midnight. No wind. No thunder. Only the sound of cracking. The mirrors break themselves. Silently. In sequence. Room by room. As if the castle is releasing breath it held for too long. Belle and the beast stand in the heart of the library as the sound echoes. It does not frighten them. It frees them. Still, the beast watches the shadows with something close to mourning. They kept me warm, once, he says. Belle nods. Even cages can feel like blankets. They return to the first room Belle entered, the grand hall, now emptied of illusions. The chandeliers are dimmed. The walls are raw stone. In the center, a pedestal. A single mirror rests on it. Framed in thorns. Cracked. Glowing faintly with ink. Not the Watcher's now. Hers. Belle steps forward. She looks inside. She sees a version of herself with blood on her hands. Another in a wedding gown, her eyes hollow. Another as the beast, same eyes, same voice, same spiral burned into her palm. And then, the worst. Herself. Alone. Forgotten. She steps back. The beast catches her hand. You don't have to go further, he says. Belle doesn't answer immediately. Then. I do. Because I can. The room fractures around her. A spiral opens beneath her feet. Not pulling. Offering. She descends. Alone. At the bottom, a mirror unlike the others. It is water. Standing upright. Perfectly still. And in it, only one reflection. Hers. As she is. No fear. No role. No mask. But behind it, a shadow shifts. The Watcher. Faint. Flickering. Like the ghost of a voice once used to silence. He does not speak. He only lifts a quill. One last time. But Belle holds up her hand. A spiral burns in her palm, now golden. She steps into the mirror. The Watcher's quill disintegrates. The last of his ink burns away. And above, the castle breathes for the first time. The beast opens his eyes. He feels the spiral stop turning. He feels her. Not somewhere else. Right behind him. Belle steps from the corridor, unchanged, but no longer fractured. She is not what the world named beauty. She is not what he feared as beast. She is her own. The final door opens. The mirror is waiting. Not as an enemy. As an invitation. The mirror stands at the center of the highest tower. There are no guards. No locks. No warnings. Only stillness. Belle and the beast climb in silence. The spiral staircase grows narrower near the top, as if daring them to continue. They do. Together. The door to the mirror's chamber opens without sound. Inside, a single mirror, floor to ceiling. No frame. No tricks. No ink. Just surface. It reflects them. As they are. But when Belle steps forward, the reflection splits. On the left, herself, smiling, adored, flawless, everything she was told to be. On the right, herself, alone, enraged, unlovable, everything she was told to fear. In the center, nothing. She steps closer. Her real reflection doesn't change. But the other two whisper. From the left, you must be soft to be seen. From the right, you will destroy everything you love. She places a hand on each side. The mirror trembles. Behind her, the beast watches. He sees his own versions in the glass. The monster. The boy. The shadow. He says nothing. He does not interfere. Because this is her battle. Belle closes her eyes. And speaks. I am not your praise. She turns to the left. The flawless reflection fades. I am not your punishment. She turns to the right. The monstrous reflection dissolves. She steps into the center. Her reflection returns. And smiles. The mirror cracks. Not violently. It falls apart like old bark from a tree. And beneath it, a window. Clear. Showing the world. No spiral. No veil. Just sky. The beast steps forward. He touches the glass. It does not fracture him. He sees himself. Whole. They do not kiss. They do not confess. They simply sit. Back to back. In the room where reflection once ruled. Watching the sun rise over a world that never expected them to wake without shame. The shards of the mirror float around them like stars. Not cutting. Crowning. The castle no longer rearranges itself. It settles. Walls hold steady. Rooms stay true. Mirrors, now dust or memory, have no more to say. Belle walks the halls with bare feet and unbound hair. She wears no corset. No mask. No title. The silence follows her not as threat, but as peace. The beast walks beside her. He does not trail. He does not lead. They walk in rhythm. That night, they share no ceremony. No declarations. No vows. But they return to the garden and sit beneath the tree that grew from the final mirror. Its silver leaves shimmer without wind. Its bark hums with faint, steady heat, like a heart that has never forgotten how to beat. Belle asks, "Do you miss being a prince?" The beast smiles, small and sad. "No. I miss being nothing." "Why?" "It made me harder to hurt." She nods. And replies, I don't miss being beautiful. They speak until the stars fade. Not about futures. About fears. Desires. Flaws. Regrets. Truths that never needed reflection. In the morning, the beast returns to the Chamber of Names, where the Watcher once tried to write their endings. He lifts the only book that remains. Blank. Except for a single line, now etched in gold. Devotion is not a prison. He closes the book, hands it to Belle. She places it on the pedestal where her mirror once stood. Not to preserve, but to anchor. In time, others come to the castle. Not seeking love, seeking truth. Belle and the beast do not teach. They simply exist, wholly, unhidden. In doing so, they unbind the idea that love must save, or that healing must be witnessed to be real. Devotion is a spiral when you don't know yourself. It is a door when you do. That night, Belle opens her hand. The spiral still burns faintly in her palm. Not a curse. Not a scar. A key. The beast lifts his palm. His mark glows, too. They press their hands together, and the spiral flattens. Disappears. Not erased. Fulfilled. There is no kiss. No fairytale ending. Just two figures standing in the center of a garden grown from broken glass, their hands joined, their bodies unhidden. And above them, the stars return to their true shape. Not a rose. Not a beast. Not a mirror. Just light. No one remembers the original story anymore. Not the curse. Not the castle. Not the love. They only remember the woman who walked through a house of mirrors and did not flinch. And the man who stopped shifting when he saw himself in her eyes. Belle no longer answers to beauty. She no longer measures her worth in reflection. The name the world once gave her, delicate, passive, ornamental, is not on her lips. She has written her own. It changes by the day. She lets it. The beast keeps no portrait. No name. No mask. He is not trying to forget what he was, only choosing not to repaint it. He walks with his shoulders unguarded. He speaks gently, but with no shame. Children are no longer frightened of his face. They listen when he speaks. Heroines no longer waiting, no longer wishing, no longer bound by fable. Red walks the woods not as prey or predator, but as witness, cloak discarded, path her own. Cinderella's ashes have settled, yet the flame in her spine never dims. She builds, not from soot, but from memory, every brick placed by her own hand. Briar sleeps no more, the thorn crown now blossoms wherever she steps, her dreams not cages but seeds. And Belle, the last to step from the mirror, holds the quill once wielded by the Watcher, but she does not write for others. She writes with them. The Watcher is gone, or perhaps transformed, dissolved into the ink now shared by many hands. The spiral no longer wins in secrecy, it opens outward, a constellation of women once named into silence now naming themselves. In the space where tales once ended, with weddings or wakes, there is now a library of unfinished stories, doors open, pages blank, and mirrors turned inward. And at the center, a single flame burns. Not to destroy, but to illuminate. Not the end. The beginning. You made it to the end, or perhaps, to the part where the story deepens. If you're still awake, still breathing slowly beneath the weight of these words, then welcome, this moment is yours. Tonight, you wandered through foreshadows of the stories you thought you knew. You followed Red, no longer a girl in danger, but a presence that moved through the forest with something watching her from within. A thicket alive with memory, deception, and the kind of silence that listens more than it speaks. You felt the pulse of her becoming, not the hunted, but the answer to a question the wolf never asked out loud. Then there was Cinderella. You stood in the soot beside her, not waiting for a rescue, but watching her study the palace like a cage she planned to dismantle. You saw her ambition, sharp and glowing beneath the ash, a hunger the storybooks never named. Not a girl transformed by magic, but one who transformed herself, piece by brutal piece, until there was nothing left to fit into anyone's glass slipper. And Sleeping Beauty. You heard her silence echo through a century of sleep, only to learn it wasn't sleep at all, it was rage, it was time folding in on itself. She wasn't dreaming of salvation. She was remembering everything. And when she woke, she didn't ask for love. She demanded the truth, even if it meant breaking the shape of time itself. Finally, Belle, who walked into a castle of mirrors, not to find a beast, but to face the one that lived inside her. You followed her into the reflection that didn't lie, into the voice behind the glass that whispered not curses, but clarity. She wasn't there to tame a monster. She was there to see herself clearly for the first time, and decide she didn't need to be rescued at all. Now here we are, at the edge of the spiral, where the stories start to echo. And if you're still here, or still listening through the quiet, I have something extra for you. A bonus story. Something short. Unfinished. Stranger than the rest. A fragment the watcher never got to write. Maybe it's meant to unsettle. Maybe it's meant to find you. Before we begin, if your eyes are still open, or even if they're half closed, let me know. Leave a comment and tell me where you're listening from. And what time it is. Are you drifting into sleep, or are you still wide awake, waiting for the next door to open? And if this found you in the right way, subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 quiet minds who love stories like this, deep, dangerous, and slow-burning enough to carry into your dreams. Now, let me tell you one last thing before the next tale begins. Not all stories are meant to end. Some are meant to follow you. This one might. Are you ready? Let's begin. This is the orchard of salt and flame. Let the dreaming begin. The memory began like all the others, warm, golden, and just a little too sweet. It pulsed faintly in the jar, cradled in Rocha's hands like a thing still alive. A single strand of light coiled inside the glass, shifting gently as if stirred by an invisible wind. She tilted the vessel against the afternoon sun. The memory danced, flecks of gold, flashes of laughter, the color of ripe figs in summer. Childhood, she guessed. Or a first love. 6 coppers, she said, voice flat. The buyer blinked. He was young, barely old enough to shave, draped in patched silks and sunburnt pride. 6? That's robbery. It's joy, Rocha replied. Untouched. No edits. Look. She lifted the lid a finger's width. The scent escaped like perfume, rain on hot clay, the sharpness of oranges, a girl's laughter echoing in a sunlit courtyard. The boy's face changed. His breath hitched. Rocha sealed the jar. 6, she said again. Or I sell it to the spice merchant with the blind wife. He pays 9 for joy he can smell. The boy's hand trembled as he passed the coins. She watched him walk away with the jar clutched to his chest like a prayer. Rocha tucked the coins into her belt and moved on. Around her, the memory market swelled like a storm about to break. White tents shimmered beneath the heat-drenched sky. Merchants in gold-threaded robes hawked their wares from carpets or carved stalls, their voices a low tide of promises, clarity. Peace. Forget the war. Relive your wedding night. Trade your shame for courage. Everywhere, glass jars glimmered. Some the size of a fingernail. Others larger than a child's skull. Memories curled inside like smoke, each one labeled in chalk or tied with ribbon. One day of grief, no vividness forget a name, fast-acting taste of mother's stew, sold whole. Rocha passed the usual frauds, powdered recollections ground into ink, fake visions brewed from salt and desert lotus, even illusionists offering dream plays for coin. But her jars were true. She harvested with her own hands. And she never sold a lie. She wove through the tent maze until she reached her spot. A sliver of shade between two faded pavilions, marked only by a strip of blue linen. She sat cross-legged and unpacked her wares, 12 jars nestled in a curved wooden rack, each with its own soft glow. Her best fruit was still wrapped in leather, last week's harvest. A bruised but potent memory of betrayal she'd pulled from an old woman who paid to forget her husband's voice. Rosha had cried for hours afterward, though the tears weren't hers. The memory was sharp, and sharpness lingered. She never kept them long. By mid-morning, the air turned molten. The crowd thickened. A man with tattooed eyelids came for a childhood memory of rain. A veiled noblewoman bought a single jar of courage before a duel, never asking who it came from. Two traders argued over a memory labeled Seaborn Kiss, until Rosha raised the price and sold it to neither. Then came the collector. She saw him before he spoke, a tall figure wrapped in grey, face hidden behind suncloth. His hands were gloved in dyed leather, stitched with strange runes that caught the light. No one else in the market seemed to notice him. But Rosha did. He stopped at her stall. Said nothing. Looking for something specific, she asked. He pointed to the sealed leather pouch. No, she said immediately. He tapped the counter twice. It's not for sale. He tilted his head. She couldn't see his face, but something about the silence felt heavy. She resisted the urge to reach for the pouch. It's dangerous, she added, softer. Not for the untrained. Still nothing. Rosha's mouth went dry. She reached into her satchel, pulled out a mild memory, a desert breeze, a moment of quiet joy, and set it before him. 3 coppers. Better for you. The man didn't move. Then, slowly, he raised his hand, not toward the jars, but toward her. For a moment, she thought he would touch her face. But instead, his finger extended like a branch, and he pointed just behind her ear. She felt the heat of it without contact. A pulse bloomed against her skull, sharp and strange. She jerked away. What are you? But he was already walking. She stood, half ready to follow, but the crowd swallowed him in seconds. Her breath came fast. Around her, the market noise returned like a crashing wave, calls, laughter, wind, bells. She sat slowly. Her fingertips were still tingling. And behind her ear, a memory stirred. That night, she dreamt of the orchard. She was a child again, barefoot, sunburned, standing on a dune that bled salt. Before her rose trees of black bark and curling leaves, each one aflame at its tips. Memra fruit swayed like lanterns, pale and glowing, marked with names she couldn't read. In the dream, she walked between the trunks. The wind smelled like forgotten songs. One fruit dropped into her hands. It bore her name. And then she woke up. Rosha sat upright in her cot, drenched in sweat. Her breath was shallow. The city outside her window murmured in sleep, wind through sandstone alleys, the far-off bleat of goats, the rustle of wind dancers hanging from rooftops. She reached up. Her fingers brushed something soft just behind her ear. A thread. Golden, barely visible. Not real. Not quite. Not hers. By morning, she'd made a decision. She packed only what she needed, 6 sealed jars, a flask of shade water, a pouch of memory seeds, and her knife. The collector's gesture had planted something. Not just a memory, but a direction. West. Into the salt wind. Toward the orchard. The one they all whispered about but no one admitted to seeing. The orchard of salt and flame. Where memories grew wild. Where truth bloomed like fire. Where no one left unchanged. The wind changed on the 3rd morning, and with it came salt. It rode in quiet, as if it had been walking a long way, past the bone-colored hills and forgotten wells, past the ruined wind towers and the slow-turning sky. It pressed against the back of Rocha's neck with invisible fingers, and she felt it in her marrow before she ever tasted it on her lips. She paused on the ridge. The desert stretched vast and still before her, every dune a wave carved from light and silence. Far below, her camel shifted its weight with a groan, and the sand slipped loose around its hooves. Rocha held the wind. Yes, there it was. Salt. Dry and old and heavy as a secret. She stepped down the slope without a word. The journey had taken her beyond the last known village, past the black glass fields where lightning had once struck the dunes so fiercely it turned them to obsidian. She had followed no map, only the tug of something stranger than instinct. The thread behind her ear had not vanished. If anything, it glowed brighter by the day, visible only at dusk, when the sun bled sideways through the air and the sky turned the color of forgotten bruises. She did not know where the orchard was. But her feet seemed to. By midday, the sand changed. No longer gold, but white and brittle, crusted with lines that looked like veins or old rivers. She stooped and touched it. Salt. And underneath, flame glass. Sharp and red and glinting in the cracks. The camel balked. She let it go. There are places, she had been told, that beasts will not tread. This was one of them. She walked alone, now. The salt grew thicker, crunching underfoot. The sun burned high, then began its slow descent. Shadows stretched long across the ground, and every gust of wind whispered in tongues older than men. And then she saw the tree. At first, she thought it a mirage, a trick of heat and distance. But it did not shimmer or dance like false things do. It stood, real and still, atop a low hill of salt. A sapling, no taller than she was, its bark black as burned wood, its leaves curled like flame caught mid-motion. At the tip of each branch, a pale orb pulsed like the moon. Each one no bigger than a plum, glowing faintly as if lit from within. She climbed the hill. The tree did not move. It made no sound. But something in its silence unsettled her. A quiet not of peace, but of watching. She reached out, slow as sleep. Her fingers brushed one of the fruits. Warm. Alive. It pulsed, and the thread behind her ear pulled tight. Her heart stuttered. She turned the fruit. And there, scratched delicately into its skin in a language she had not spoken since she was a girl. Rocha. Daughter of Luma. Born of fire, lost to the decree. She snatched her hand back as if burned. A memora fruit bearing her name. Her mother's name. A name no record was meant to remember. Rocha took a step back. Her throat felt tight. The decree of erasure had been absolute, ritual and ink, fire and water. Her childhood, her bloodline, her very origin struck from scroll and city alike. She had not spoken her true name aloud in 10 years. And yet here it was. Growing. She looked at the sapling. No other fruits bore markings. Just this one. Just hers. It should not have been possible. Memories could not grow unplanted. That was the law of the orchard. You sow a thought, a grief, a truth. You bury it in salt. You speak the binding. And only then, with sun and season, might it take root. But she had never planted this. She circled the tree. No other footprints marked the hill. The salt beneath it was undisturbed, clean and unbroken. The tree had risen of its own accord. Or worse, it had remembered itself. She sat down at the base, breath coming shallow. The desert murmured. She closed her eyes. And the fruit dropped. Softly, like a sigh. It landed in her lap. Rocha did not move for a long time. When she finally opened her eyes, the light had changed. The sun had dipped low, staining the sky red and copper. The fruit sat heavy and warm against her legs, its surface now flickering faintly, as if something within it stirred. She picked it up and bit. The world shuddered. Not the sky, nor the earth, but the world within her. Her vision blurred. A sharp taste of smoke. Ash in her mouth. Heat, not from the sun, but from fire. She saw her mother's eyes. Heard her name spoken in full. Felt her small hands gripping something wooden and charred, the sting of running barefoot across hot stone, the echo of a lullaby half-sung, cut off by men in black robes who came without sound, without warning, with scrolls in one hand and silver knives in the other. And then darkness. Not the darkness of night, but the kind pressed down by power. Erasure. She fell back, gasping. The fruit tumbled from her hands and cracked against the salt. From its broken skin, a thread of light spilled, rising like smoke, twisting once, then dissolving into the dusk. Rosha lay still. Her face was wet. She did not remember crying. Above her, the sapling stood silent. But something in the air had changed. A door had been opened. And somewhere, far from this hill, someone would know. She had remembered. She had broken the decree. The salt wind rose again, sharper this time. The orchard was waking. And it had not forgotten her. The sky had turned a strange color by the time Rosha found her feet. Not the red gold of dusk, nor the bruised violet of true night, but something in between, like ink diluted with fire. The salt plains shimmered faintly underfoot, reflecting the last light as though they remembered stars. Rosha gathered her satchel with shaking hands. The cracked memra fruit still lay at her feet, leaking its final threads into the air like smoke trailing from a dying flame. She crouched beside it, fingers brushing the broken skin, but no more visions came. It was spent. The truth had already bloomed. Her truth. The taste of it lingered in her mouth, ash, honey, the sharp tang of loss. Her tongue felt too large, as if the memory had settled there and taken root. She looked up at the sapling. It hadn't moved, but something about it felt different. Taller, perhaps. Or darker. The bark now gleamed with a faint red sheen, as though pulsing from within. It was no ordinary tree. No orchard grew itself. No fruit named itself. No memory could be born without a sower. But this one had. Which meant it hadn't come from her alone. Someone had planted it for her. Rosha circled the sapling slowly, her boots crunching through the salt crust. She knelt at its base, scraping away the white dust with her hands until her fingers struck something hard. Wood. Smooth and deliberate. She uncovered a sliver of carved plank, half buried beneath the roots. Old and weathered, but still legible. Letters, painted in deep blue. Seeded by order. Witnessed by flame. Marked for return. Her breath caught. She knew the phrasing. Order. Flame. Marked. They were old words. Forbidden ones. They belonged to the salt-bearers. The salt-bearers were not spoken of openly. They were ghosts in the public record. Names scratched from stone, stories left unfinished, rumors draped in robes. Once, long ago, they had tended the great orchards of memory that spanned the continent, places of healing, remembrance, even prophecy. But in time, they had changed. Or perhaps the world had. They had begun choosing which memories lived. Which were buried. Which rulers remembered kindness, and which remembered fear. Kings woke believing in wars that had never happened. Treaties were signed on the strength of false brotherhoods. And when the people began to ask too many questions, the salt-bearers were driven into shadow. Erased, like Rosha. Except, she now saw, they had not vanished. They had hidden in the soil. In the trees. In her. She sat back on her heels, the wind tugging strands of hair loose from her braid. The salt plain stretched around her, wide and open, but she no longer felt alone. There was something watching. Not the tree. Not the wind. Something farther. A presence, deep in the world's bones. Awake and listening. Rosha pressed her hand to the ground. It was warm. Not with sun, but with memory. Beneath her palm, something moved. A rhythm. Like a heartbeat. She snatched her hand back. The tree gave a soft sound, not quite a creak, not quite a whisper. Its leaves shimmered red and gold, and one by one, they began to fall. They did not flutter like normal leaves. They dropped straight down, fast and heavy, and where they landed, the salt hissed like water hitting fire. The leaves melted into the earth, each one glowing briefly before vanishing into the ground. A message, she thought. A summoning. The orchard was not done with her. Rosha stood, her knees aching. Her limbs felt hollow, as if the memory had drained something vital from her. She knew what had to be done. She would go west. The sapling was just the beginning. A seed, yes, but seeds grow. And somewhere out there, beyond the salt and stone, the full orchard still lived. The true one. The one the world had forgotten. Or been made to forget. If the salt bearers had marked her for return, then she would return. Not as a pawn. Not as a witness. But as something else. As the one who remembered. She turned her back on the sapling. The wind howled across the flats, and behind her, the hill burned red for a moment, no fire, no heat, only light. Then darkness fell, sudden and absolute. And Rosha walked into it. The past was not a place Rosha liked to visit. It came with no warning, no road signs. Just shadows around corners and names that caught in her throat like bone. Sometimes it came as a scent, a certain kind of smoke, a whiff of cinnamon in the wrong alley, and she'd be 5 years old again, hiding beneath the kitchen table while her mother whispered words not meant for children. This time, the past arrived in ink. She found the record in a sun-baked outpost 3 days west of the sapling, tucked into a forgotten archive inside a merchant shrine. She hadn't meant to go looking. But as soon as she saw the blue and silver crest carved above the lintel, the office of names and memory, something in her feet made the decision for her. The clerk was old and nearly blind. He didn't recognize her name. That was the point. Rosha asked to see the erased ledger, the one bound in black hide with salt-stamped corners, usually locked in the deepest drawer. The clerk hesitated. She showed him one of her memory jars, uncorked just enough for the scent to rise, cloves, burnt parchment, and a cry in the dark. He handed her the key without a word. Inside, the pages crackled with heat, every line a ghost. The decree of erasure was a ritual older than laws, older even than the Council of Cities. It had begun as mercy, once, used to unmake the memories of cursed bloodlines, to erase knowledge too dangerous to hold. A family marked by a prophet's dream. A child born on a wrong star. But in time, mercy had become control. One name struck through here. Another vanished there. And then whole lineages vanished, their memories quietly buried beneath official silence. Their stories never ended, they were simply snuffed out, mid-sentence. Rosha turned page after page. And there it was. Her name. Not the name she used now, not Rosha of the market, or Rosha the memory taker. No, this was her full name, rare and unwieldy as old stone. Rashana Diluma Itahil. Next to it, the mark, a flame drawn in silver ink. The sign of total cleansing. There were no reasons listed. No charges. Just a date and a decree number written in careful script. By order of the Council of Salt and Truth, the Luma line shall be forgotten. She ran her finger over the ink. It should have faded. Decrees this old usually did. But the page was hot, the lettering vivid, as if it had been written only yesterday. And suddenly she remembered. Not the fire, not the scream, not the night they came for her family. She remembered the sound of the knife sliding across parchment. Not to hurt, but to cut. Clean, deep, final. She had been made to forget. Not just her mother's face or her family's name. She had been made to forget herself. It was why she sometimes awoke unsure of her own voice. Why she couldn't recall her father's laugh, even though she remembered loving it. It was why she felt like a shadow walking in someone else's shape. The salt bearers hadn't just erased her from the world. They had rewritten her into silence. She closed the book. Her hands were shaking. A line of sweat ran down her spine. Outside, the wind stirred the shrine's hanging bells. The sound was soft and mournful, like a lullaby sung with no words. She stood. The clerk did not stop her. He only watched with clouded eyes as she walked past, her boots thudding lightly on the winding tighter, calling her west, toward the orchard that remembered her, even when she could not. Russia wrapped her headscarf tighter against the wind. Then she turned her back on the shrine and kept walking. By the time Russia returned to the market at Firam's Crossing, she no longer felt like a memory merchant. The journey back had taken 6 days, and each mile had stretched her thinner, tugged at her thoughts like threads unraveling in the wind. She walked in silence and slept without dreaming, but her body remembered. Her hand still reached for jars that weren't there. Her ears still listened for the soft sigh of fruit falling from the branch. Her feet still paused before tents she had never visited, as if some old part of her knew their shape. And always, behind her ear, the golden thread hummed faintly, like a quiet song growing stronger. Firam's Crossing had not changed. It never did. The market still glimmered in the early light. White tents pitched along the river's bend, flapping lazily in the wind like sails waiting for direction. The banners still bore their inked sigils, memory bought. Memory sold. Regret made gentle. Even the same toothless boy offered her dried figs and tried to scam her out of a copper. But Russia was not the same. And she did not come to trade. She passed the merchant rows without pause. A spice seller called her name, her market name, the one she had used for years, and she waved him off with a distracted hand. She had no memory to sell. No lies to sweeten. Only the growing certainty that something was about to shift. She stopped at her old spot, a sliver of shade between 2 canopies, just wide enough for her rack and a mat. It was empty. No one had claimed it. But someone had left something. Laid carefully in the center of the mat was a single jar. It was sealed in wax, and there was no label. Russia crouched. Her heart thumped once, twice. The jar was warm to the touch. Inside, the memory shimmered faintly, dark and slow, like oil in water. It wasn't joy, or grief, or fear. It was regret. Heavy and old. And it was hers. She knew it before she even opened it. Her fingers hesitated on the seal. Someone had extracted this from her. Recently. And without her knowing. Which meant someone had been close enough to touch her mind. Only a salt bearer could have done it. Russia stood quickly, scanning the market. The scent of sweet smoke and dates hung heavy in the air. Traders haggled. Camels brayed. Nothing seemed out of place. But she felt it. Eyes. Not one pair. Many. She tucked the jar into her satchel and moved, slow and steady, toward the back alleys behind the saffron tents. It was a winding maze of narrow paths and shaded passages where the air smelled of old stone and sour herbs. Here, the market's noise faded, swallowed by the cool hush of sandstone walls. She stopped beneath a crumbling arch and turned. "You've been following me," she said quietly. No one answered. But the air shifted. A figure stepped from the shadows. She had seen him once before. Not clearly. Just a flicker at the edge of her dream when she first bit into the memra fruit. A man wrapped in desert gray, with no name and no face. "Salt bearer?" she asked. He said nothing. He reached into his sleeve and withdrew something small and black. A seed. He held it out. She did not move. "What is it?" she asked. His voice, when it came, was dry as old parchment. "Regret. Unplanted." She looked at it. Small. Smooth. Ordinary. And somehow, or hers. "How did you?" But the man was already walking away. "Wait," she called. He paused, just for a moment. Not turning. "Flesh forgets," he said, "but salt remembers. You're not the only one they've rewritten." Then he vanished into the alleys. Russia stared at the seed in her palm. It was warm. Everything was warm now. Too warm. Like the orchard was getting closer. Or waking up. She left the alley and climbed to the rooftop of a shuttered bathhouse, where the wind blew sharp and clean. From here, she could see the edge of the desert, where the dunes rose like sleeping gods and the sun spilled molten gold across the world. She held up the seed. If she planted it, it would grow. It always did. But what would it bloom? A memory? A warning? A lie? Or the truth, at last? She closed her fist around it and whispered the first line of the binding, just once. "I do not fear what I have forgotten." Then she turned toward the west again. Toward the orchard. Toward whatever waited. Night fell across the desert like spilled ink. The stars came in waves, sharp and bright and countless, far brighter than they ever were in the cities. Each one a cold eye watching. Each one a memory not yet named. Russia traveled by moonlight. The path westward was unmarked. There were no signposts, no way stations, no trade routes through these lands. But the golden thread behind her ear had begun to tug like a needle drawing toward the hem of a long-forgotten garment. It wasn't pain, exactly. It was guidance. Soft, firm, insistent. Like the pull of gravity, or the feel of a word you haven't yet spoken but somehow already know. By the third night, she reached the canyon. It was shallow at first, then steepened into sharp, splintering cliffs. The stars vanished here, blotted out by the sheer black of the stone, and the wind grew quiet, as though even it dared not breathe too loudly. Strange formations jutted from the earth, towers of petrified wood, twisted into impossible shapes. She passed through a field of these husks, and they whispered as she moved between them, not in sound, but in feeling. It was like walking through someone else's thoughts. And then she saw her. The Watcher. She stood perfectly still on the edge of a salt shelf, facing the cliff wall. Wrapped head to toe in white, veil flowing behind her like smoke. She did not turn as Russia approached. She did not move at all. Russia stopped 10 paces back. "You've been watching me," she said softly. The figure's voice, when it came, was neither young nor old. "I was watching the tree." "You planted it." "No," the Watcher said. "The tree planted itself." Russia stepped closer. "But you were waiting." "I was remembering." Silence stretched between them. The moonlight painted the salt in shades of silver and frost. Russia felt the weight of the jar in her satchel, the unmarked regret, still sealed. The seed sat tucked into her belt pouch, warm even now. The Watcher turned at last. Her eyes were uncovered, clear, pale gray, almost colorless. But they were not empty. They were ancient. "You are a daughter of Luma," she said. Russia nodded. "That name was taken from me. No name is ever truly lost. Only misplaced. Or hidden." The Watcher stepped closer. "The tree you found is only one branch of a much older grove. The saltbearers tend many like it. Some grow from hope. Others from fear. Yours was grown from silence." Russia swallowed. "Why me?" The Watcher studied her for a long moment. "You were erased," she said. "But not completely. The wound remained. We follow the scars. You want to recruit me? We want to remember you. Rosha didn't answer. Not right away. The wind stirred between them. I remember bits now, she said finally. But it's like holding smoke. I want it all. You'll get it, said the Watcher. If you're willing to bleed for it. Rosha looked at the white figure and then past her, toward the canyon's edge. What is this place? She asked. The Watcher turned and raised her hand. The cliff face shimmered. Then split. Not like stone cracking, but like a memory opening. A narrow doorway formed in the rock, rimmed in faint red light. The air that poured from it was cool and heavy, laced with salt and something sweeter, familiar, and strange. Below us, the Watcher said, lies the archive of the rootless. Every memory ever cut from the world lives here. The ones kings burned. The ones prophets buried. The ones that refused to die. Mine too. Perhaps, she said. If you dare to seek it. Rosha stepped forward. And the thread behind her ear pulsed once, hard. She knew, without doubt, that this was a line she could not cross back over. If she entered, she would leave behind more than just the world above. But she stepped forward anyway. And the Watcher in white followed her into the dark. The doorway closed behind them without sound. Rosha did not look back. The air in the archive of the rootless was cool and damp, but dry with age, like the inside of a sealed jar or the breath of an old crypt. Stone walls glowed with faint veins of salt, and the floor sloped downward, spiraling gently as if carved by a patient river of time. Rosha's footsteps echoed in rhythms she didn't recognize. The Watcher made none at all. They passed alcoves filled with forgotten names. Some were carved into tablets. Others hung on ribbons of sandcloth. Others still flickered in the air, not written, but remembered, shimmering only when you weren't looking directly at them. She paused before one such shimmer. Just for a breath. What is this? She asked. A child's first word, the Watcher said. Erased during the Treaty of Winds. Spoken only once, then struck from her mother's mouth. Rosha moved on, quietly. At last they reached a chamber. It was round and low, built from lead stone and lined with cracked mirrors. At its center stood a shallow basin, filled with a dark red oil that shimmered faintly, as if lit from beneath. The scent of it made Rosha's pulse slow. Not because it was calming, but because it remembered blood. The Watcher stepped to the far side of the basin and extended a pale hand. You've tasted a memory from the orchard, she said. You've seen your own root. But that is only the first bloom. She reached into a small pouch at her belt and drew forth a tool. A blade. Its handle was made of polished bone, its edge black with salt crystal. Not sharp in the way of steel, but glinting with an old magic, the kind that didn't cut flesh, it cut meaning. Rosha's throat went dry. This is the knife of marking, said the Watcher. You will use it only once. On what? She asked, though she already knew. Yourself. The Watcher gestured, and a low stone bench rose beside the basin. Rosha sat slowly, her back straight, her palms open on her knees. What happens if I refuse? The Watcher tilted her head. Then you leave. We close the way. You go back to the surface, and you forget you were ever followed. And if I do it? Then the orchard will know you. You will carry the mark of memory in your skin. A map that only truth can read. Rosha stared at the blade in the Watcher's hand. Her mind searched for the sensible thing. The smart choice. But nothing in her life had ever been built on safety. She had survived erasure, isolation, exile, and now something ancient was calling her by name. She held out her hand. The Watcher placed the knife gently in her palm. Rosha turned the blade, letting it catch the red glow of the basin. She breathed once. Then twice. And pressed the blade to her forearm. It did not hurt as she expected. The edge split her skin like water divides for a boat, clean, quiet, deep. The blood that rose was not red, but silver gold. It shimmered faintly as it spilled down into the basin. And as it touched the oil, the room changed. The mirrors flared with memory. Not reflections, but remembrances. Faces she had known as a child. The curve of her mother's voice. A firelit courtyard. Hands grasping hers in the dark. A boy with cold dark eyes singing nonsense songs. Her past. Unfolding. Written not in words, but in wounds. The watcher moved to her side. With the tip of a second blade, she traced the bleeding line on Rocha's arm, not to deepen it, but to shape it. The cut bent. Curved. Forked. Became more than a wound. It became a map. And in it, Rocha saw paths. Desert routes she had never walked. Hidden cities. Memory wells. Route archives. Even the orchard trees, faint and flickering, moving like stars drifting in sand. These, said the watcher, are the places that remember you. Rocha stared down at the wound, no longer bleeding. It glowed now, like fire beneath skin. How do I follow them? When the time is right, said the watcher, they will burn again. Rocha stood. Her legs felt stronger than they had a moment ago. She no longer shook. She no longer doubted. I'm ready, she said. The watcher bowed slightly. Then she raised a single hand. The mirrors turned dark. The basin went still. And from the floor behind them, a new passage opened, narrow, arched, lined in memory threads that pulsed faintly like veins. The salt-bearers wait in the flame gallery, said the watcher. You'll meet them one by one. They'll test your mind, your memory, and your mercy. Mercy? Rocha asked. The watcher did not answer. Only smiled, for the first time. A thin, almost sorrowful smile. You'll see, she said. And Rocha stepped into the dark once more. The corridor narrowed as she walked, until Rocha had to turn sideways and duck her head. The walls were no longer stone, but salt, pressed tight and crystalline, humming faintly beneath her fingertips. The glow from her marked forearm lit the passage just enough to see. The air smelled like the orchard did, scorched petals and distant rain. When the tunnel opened again, she stepped into a round chamber unlike anything she'd yet seen. It was not built. It was grown. The walls were roots, thick and gnarled and webbed with veins of fireglass, pulsing softly like embers under bark. Dozens of memora fruits hung from these roots, swaying gently despite the stillness of the air. Each glowed a different color, soft blue, harsh red, pale green, and each was tethered to a carved wooden stand below, as if the room itself had grown to cradle them. A figure waited in the center, kneeling beside a bed of soil. Not just any soil. It shimmered. Like stardust ground into earth. The kneeling figure rose without sound and turned to face her. This one wore no veil. His face was creased and sun-darkened, eyes sharp as obsidian chips, framed by a manet of white braids twisted with black thread. I am Kareth, he said. Keeper of roots. Sower of flame. Rocha inclined her head. She wanted to speak, wanted to ask what this place was, what those fruits contained, what that soil was made from. But the words didn't come. He didn't seem to mind. You've come to plant, Kareth said. She nodded. He reached into a pouch at his hip and withdrew a small flask of salt oil, the color of liquid brass. He poured a single drop into the soil and it hissed, rising in a short flame before vanishing into smoke. The rite is old, he said. Older than the council. Older than the language we speak it in now. He offered her a knife. Not for skin. This one was carved entirely of bone, pale and ancient, with a hollow in its hilt where a seed might sit. Choose a memory, he said. A true one. One you have not spoken aloud in years. Speak it. Hold it. Then give it to the soil. Rosha stepped forward. The soil shimmered, waiting. She opened her hand. The regret seed was still there. Warm. Unspoken. She held it above the soil. And spoke. I once watched my mother be taken, she said, voice barely audible. And I did nothing. Not because I wanted to. Because I was afraid. I hid. I let them take her. I don't even remember if she screamed. The words hurt. More than she expected. As if saying them aloud was the same as living them again. Kareth nodded. Now hold it. She pressed the seed to her forehead, just once. It burned. Memory surged, her mother's eyes, wide in the dark, the shape of the door closing, the crack of sandals on stone. Rosha gasped and dropped the seed into the soil. It sank with no sound. Kareth stepped forward and placed both hands over the spot where it had fallen. He began to chant, not in the common tongue, but in something older. A slow, rolling language like a river moving over bone. The words vibrated through the room, and the roots on the walls pulsed in rhythm, as if they were listening. Then the soil stirred. A thin stalk burst upward. It grew in seconds. A single fruit unfurled at its top, dark red, rimmed in silver light. Kareth plucked it and placed it in her hands. This is what your regret became, he said. Rosha stared down at it. The fruit was warm. But heavier than it should have been. She felt its weight not just in her fingers, but in her chest. What is it? She asked. Truth, he said. Or a lie? You won't know until you taste it. She looked at him. And if I don't? Then it grows heavy. And it grows alone. Some fruits, if not eaten, burst. And when they do, he trailed off. They change you. Without your choosing. She turned the fruit over. Her fingers trembled. And then, without giving herself time to fear it, she bit. It tasted like smoke. And salt. And the sound of her own name screamed in a child's voice. The chamber vanished. She stood in the alley behind her old home, pressed against the wall, small and shivering. Her mother's hand clutched hers. They were running. She remembered that now. Running, not hiding. And her mother had turned. Faced the men. Shoved Rosha into a clay barrel of rainwater. Whispered, stay quiet. No matter what. Rosha remembered the sound of the door breaking. The scream. The silence. She gasped. The chamber returned. The fruit was gone. Kareth was watching her with eyes like burned coal. What did you see? A truth, Rosha whispered. He nodded. Then your sewing is complete. She sank to her knees. She did not cry. But she could have. Because now she knew. The salt bearers did not just manipulate memory. They made you carry it. They made you wear it. And they made you choose. The council had many names. In the tongues of the north, they were the keepers of dust. In the mountain courts, they were the crownless hands. In the great cities carved into the cliffs of the southern gulfs, they were simply called the ones who watch. But in the language Rosha had once spoken at her mother's knee, the one no longer taught in schools, they were called by their truest name. The Shapers of Silence. They did not rule from thrones or wear rings of office. They sat behind stone walls veined with memory threads, cloaked in salt and sealed in law. Their faces never entered history books, but their hands shaped every page. If a ruler lost his peace of mind, the council had adjusted it. If a war ended before it began, it was because they had reached into a general's childhood and tied off a thread of violence. They did not erase randomly. They erased with purpose. And now, one of their erased was growing loud. Rosha did not know she was being followed until she left the archive. The desert greeted her like a stranger wearing a familiar face. The wind smelled different, less of dust, more of ash. The sky was clear, but the birds were gone. Too quiet. She mounted the borrowed sandrunner Kareth had given her, a wiry, long-legged beast that moved like water across dunes, and made her way toward the city of Serre Vale, where the oldest memory trade routes converge. Tavern carved into the ribs of an old salt beast, a blind card reader felt her presence before she spoke and refused to deal his cards. In a well house on the edge of the Red Market, an old woman gave her water and slipped her a warning beneath the bowl. They know you've tasted a fruit. Run. By the third night, she saw her first pursuer. Not a mercenary. Not a bandit. A council warden. Dressed in linen white, with gloves embroidered in silver thread, and a staff capped with a ring of petrified memory glass. He did not look at her directly. He stood across the square, watching a flame dancer perform in a circle of dust. But he was not watching the fire. He was watching reflections. Rosha turned before he could catch hers. She slipped into the crowd and vanished down the alleys. She didn't breathe again until she reached the rooftops. She crouched in the shadow of a chimney and opened her satchel. The sowed fruit was gone. Its memory had passed. But the jar, the one she had found at her stall, heavy with regret not her own, still sat there, sealed in wax. She stared at it. Her fingers itched. Everything in her said, now is not the time. Not with eyes on you. Not with the world shifting beneath your feet. But something else, older, deeper, whispered, this memory is your warning. She unsealed it. The regret spilled out not in light or scent, but in sound. A voice. Her mother's voice. Not speaking to her. But about her. She must forget. There's no other way. If she remembers, they'll come for her. The seed will bloom. And everything we burned will return. Rosha froze. The vision struck. She saw her mother kneeling in a circle of salt-bearers, barefoot, hair unbound, arms inked with burning glyphs. The fire in the center was not flame but memory, swirling, flickering, alive. A decree was being read aloud. Rosha's name. Her name, spoken in full. Her fate, spelled out. Not erased by force, but sacrificed by her own blood. The memory faded. Rosha sat back hard against the chimney wall, mouth dry. Her mother had chosen this. Chose to have her daughter forgotten. To protect her? To hide her? Or because? Rosha swallowed the thought before it could root. Below, the square bustled. But she knew the silence that followed her now wasn't in the streets. It was in the air. The council had seen the orchard bloom again. And they were listening. Not for her footsteps. But for her memory. And somewhere in Serre Vale, they would try to take it back. Beneath the markets of Serre Vale, the sand burns. Not with flame, but with memory. Rosha learned this from a map stitched into skin. It was Kareth who had given it to her, unrolling a length of tanned hide inked with threads of dark crimson and silver, wrapped around a rib bone carved with runes. She had expected a scroll. Instead, he had offered her a tattooed fragment of a man who no longer lived. This, he said, is the last known entrance to the Flame Archive. It lies beneath Serre Vale, but it is not Serre Vale. It was built before the city. Before names. Rosha had memorized it. Now she crouched behind a spice cart in the night market, waiting for the guards to pass. The sigil on her forearm glowed faintly beneath her sleeve, nervous, alive. It had begun doing that more often. Responding to things unseen. She ducked into a tannery alley and slipped through a broken wall. Then down a staircase swallowed in shadow. The air grew colder as she descended. Then hotter. Not like sunlight heat. Like breath. The smell of charred parchment and saltstone rose with each step. And then, the passage opened. She entered a chamber built of fused glass. The walls shimmered red and gold, melted into strange curves. Stalactites of memory-thread hung from the ceiling like dripping time. In the center stood a plinth, and on it, a bowl filled with black sand that glowed from beneath. A whisper rose from it the moment she stepped close. Not a voice. A memory. One not her own. A man, sobbing in a language she did not know. Flames consuming a city. A child handed over for safekeeping, not because she was loved, but because she remembered too much. Rosha gripped the edge of the plinth. These were planted memories. Not harvested from life. Not grown through regret. Built. By hand. By art. By something ancient and forbidden. She looked closer. The bowl of sand was not solid. It was shifting, slowly, constantly, like something underneath was alive. Occasionally, a shape would emerge, half a face, a fragment of a name, a symbol, and vanish again beneath the surface. She reached out and touched it. The sand rushed upward in a whirl, engulfing her hand. Her mind jolted. She saw a woman standing at the gates of a palace, lips parted in a lie she didn't know was planted in her. A king who loved his son until a memory was inserted that convinced him the child had betrayed him. A priest who forgot an entire prophecy and built a temple upon false words. All engineered. All shaped. Not forgotten, not lost. Given. She pulled her hand back, gasping. The sand hissed. A single phrase rose from it in a dozen voices. You are not the first. Rosha stepped back. The floor beneath her feet shimmered faintly, lines of light forming a pattern. A seal. A glyph she had seen once before in the Saltbearer's archive, Axis Root. Not a place. A lever. She knelt and brushed her fingers across it. The glyph lit, white hot. And a section of the floor cracked open. From beneath rose a capsule. Glass-veined. In its heart, a fruit. Not like the ones grown from trees. It was pale and crystalline, humming with unnatural light. Its stem was metal. Its markings were wrong, etched in a hand not made for ink or life. This fruit had never grown. It had been forged. Rosha stared. The council wasn't just shaping the world through memory. They were manufacturing false truths, planting them not in trees, but in minds. No wonder the orchard burned at its edges. It was being fed lies. And someone, somewhere, was preparing to plant another. Her knees trembled. She tucked the forged fruit into her satchel, sealing it inside a fold of salt cloth. She did not know who it had been meant for. A ruler? A warlord? A child? But she knew one thing. If the orchard tasted this, if someone harvested it believing it to be truth, it would not bear memory. It would bear fire. She turned and ran. Back through the melting glass hall. Back through the stairs. Out into the night, where the market lights flickered like watchful eyes and the salt wind smelled not of rain, but of war. The message came wrapped in flame-petal cloth, sealed with a drop of solidified memory sap. It arrived on her cot while she was away, slipped beneath her pack like a gift or a trap. She found it at dawn. It smelled faintly of orange blossoms and burned parchment. She did not open it until nightfall. The note inside was short. No title. No signature. Just a place, a time, and one line written in the sharp, slanted script of the Saltbearers. A lie can preserve more than truth ever could. Rosha read it twice, then tucked it into her sleeve and walked to the edge of the city. The sun had already fallen behind the canyon teeth, and the wind carried sand and whispers. She followed the instructions through dry ravines and over salt-slick stone until she reached a stone arch that shimmered faintly with protective glyphs. Two figures waited there, hooded, silent. They said nothing as they let her pass. Beyond the arch lay a garden. Not of trees, but of memory fonts. Fountains made of carved glass rose from the ground, each bubbling with memory-infused water. Some ran clear. Others shimmered in color. One was blood red. Another black as night. A few had dried completely, emptied long ago. The central pool glowed blue, and beside it stood a woman in gray. Tall, wrapped in layers of gauze, with no weapons and no veil. Roshar recognized her immediately. Hysoa Ilareth. The oldest salt-bearer still walking the surface. Said to have lived long enough to remember when the orchard first sang. I know your face, Ilareth said. But not your truth. I know what the council has done, Roshar replied. What they are still doing. Ilareth nodded, as if this were expected. They have always shaped memory. The salt-bearers once guided their hand. Now we work against it. But not always in the way you think. She gestured to the pool. Look! Roshar stepped closer. The water shifted. A vision formed. A young monarch, barely older than Roshar. Lean, hawk-eyed, pacing the edge of a war table. His voice rang with anger. Behind him, advisors barked grievances. A map lay sprawled open, border lines drawn thick with red ink. Armies marked with bone. Siege plans drafted and signed. The king spoke one word. Tomorrow. Ilareth's voice was quiet. He believes the neighboring kingdom poisoned his brother. A belief forged not by fact, but by fragments, one rail memory twisted, another erased. The council shaped his grief to sharpen into vengeance. Tomorrow, he will declare holy war. Roshar felt her gut twist. And you want me to stop it? No, Ilareth said. We want you to make a choice. She lifted something from a satchel at her side. A memora fruit. Forged. Roshar recognized the texture immediately. Etched with the false glyphs. Inside it, a memory. False, but precise. A day when the king and his supposed enemy shared childhood laughter in a secret courtyard. A memory of brotherhood, never lived, never earned, but utterly believable. If we plant it in him, said Ilareth, he will awaken changed. Not completely. But just enough. He will pause. Delay the war. Perhaps end it. Roshar took the fruit. It pulsed in her hand, gentle, sweet, wrong. If I do this, she said, I'm no better than the council. Ilareth's eyes darkened. Then let him burn cities to ashes for a truth that was bent. Let his grief birth widows. Roshar shook her head. There must be another way. There isn't, said Ilareth. And that, more than anything, sounded honest. They stood in silence. The fruit pulsed once more. And in that heartbeat, Roshar saw. The 1,000 refugees marching into the sand, the fire raining on glass towns, the screams of children whose names would be forgotten, the slow growth of regret in a king who never questioned his own certainty. Could she stop that? With one lie? Or would she simply plant a new wound that would one day bloom into another war? I won't plant it, she said. Ilareth said nothing. I'll speak to him, Roshar added. Now Ilareth's lips curved, almost kindly. No one listens when truth walks in a girl's mouth, she said. But they always taste memory. Roshar turned and walked away. The fruit still in her hand. Its warmth bled into her palm. And in her heart, a truth. She would not use it. But she would not destroy it either. Because a lie, no matter how wrong, is still a seed. And she was learning how to hold it without letting it grow. The first letter came by shadow. Slipped beneath her flask at a roadside fire pit while she slept. The parchment was thin. The ink faded. The words brief. We remember you. We remember ourselves. Meet us where names are carved into stone but no lips dare speak them. It was unsigned. Roshar burned it after reading. But the word stayed. She knew the place. Every city had one, a memory wall carved generations ago, once used to honor the dead, now left abandoned when the council decreed that no name could be spoken unless written and sanctioned. The wall in Serre Vale lay in the lower quarter, behind the old dye vats. She waited until moonrise, when the city streets were quiet and the bells had ceased their ringing. The wall had crumbled over the years. Ivy choked its base. Most of the names were weather-worn, lost to time. But someone had scrubbed them clean. Rosha blinked. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of names had been uncovered by hand. Some repainted. Others scratched deeper into the stone. And above them all, written in ash. "We do not forget." She turned slowly. Figures stepped from the shadows. Men and women. A few children. Wrapped in mismatched cloaks and hand-woven veils. One woman wore a necklace of old ink quills. Another held a knife carved from petrified fruitwood. A boy's forearm shimmered faintly, glow thread, just like hers. They were not warriors. But they were survivors. One man stepped forward. His face was lean, dust-scarred, but his voice had weight. "They erased our names," he said. "But not our memories. Some of us remembered in dreams. Others in nightmares. And some, like you, through flame." Rosha opened her mouth, but had no words. He continued. "We call ourselves the Remembered. Every kingdom has some. Every street. Every market. We walk among the living, quietly. Waiting. For what?" she asked. "For someone like you." A murmur passed through the gathered. "You returned from the orchard," said the quill-wearing woman. "You spoke your name. You sowed a regret and survived its bloom. You carry a forged fruit and have not planted it, added another. That means you've tasted power and still choose restraint." Rosha felt herself flush. "I didn't choose anything," she muttered. "I'm just trying to understand what they did to me." The man smiled. "And in that, you've become dangerous." A child approached her. Young, perhaps 9. Eyes sharp. She held something wrapped in cloth. Rosha knelt. The girl offered it wordlessly. Rosha unwrapped it. A jar. Faintly glowing. Inside, her memory. Her own face, flickering in the glass. But younger. Laughing. Running barefoot through a garden she didn't recognize. The child whispered, "It's yours." My father remembered it, but didn't know why. Rosha's heart twisted. These people weren't just broken echoes. They were pieces of her. She rose slowly. "You're planning something," she said. The man nodded. "The council has begun sealing the roots. They fear the orchard waking. They fear you. We have a chance to act before they flood the archives." "With what?" He reached into his cloak. Held up a scroll. Marked with the glyph of the council. And beneath it, the seal of forged memory. "We stole it before it could be planted," he said. "A false memory. Meant for the High Commander of the Eastern Guard. It would have turned him into the council's creature. He offered it to her. This time, we choose where it blooms." Rosha stared at the scroll. Her stomach turned. Even now, the temptation was there. Just a word, a gesture, and they could place it into the mind of someone who would fight back. Tip the scales. Start the fire that might finally burn the council from its perch. But fire did not always burn clean. And false roots could strangle truth before it had a chance to grow. She raised her hand slowly. And pushed the scroll back. "Not this way." The man didn't argue. Instead, he bowed. Not deeply. Just enough. "Then show us how," he said. And around her, the forgotten waited. Not for war. Not for lies. But for a path forward. Rosha took a breath. And for the first time in weeks, she did not feel alone. The orchard did not wait quietly. It breathed. It pulsed. And it grew. By the time Rosha returned to the grove where she'd first found the sapling, the salt was gone. Not blown away, not dissolved, but consumed. The hill that had once been crusted in pale white dust now shimmered red gold, as though fire had bled into the ground and taken root. The air crackled faintly, like the breath of lightning. And the sapling? It was no longer a sapling. It had grown tall in her absence, trunk thick with new bark that curled like black scrollwork. The branches stretched upward and outward, twisting in elegant arcs. Dozens of fruits now hung from it, each one glowing faintly, each with its own pulse, each marked. Some bore names she did not know. Some bore names she did. Ilareth, Kareth, Luma, Rosha. Her name appeared twice. She stepped forward. The salt crust crunched beneath her boots like thin glass. With every step closer, the world seemed to tilt, not the land, but the air, the sense of what was and was not real. A great stillness wrapped around the tree, the kind that came before thunder or after truth. The fruit-marked Luma hung low. Rosha reached out. Touched it. The memory flooded her, not as a vision, but as a feeling, raw and unfiltered. A mother. Singing. Hiding. Bargaining. Sacrificing everything for a daughter who would never know her name. Not because she wanted to forget, but because forgetting was safer. Rosha staggered back. The memory didn't fade. It clung. She took a deep breath and looked again. A new fruit was blooming. She hadn't planted it. But it was forming, stem first, then skin, then light. And it bore no name. Just a symbol. The glyph of the salt-bearers, but inverted. She stepped closer and saw that the bark of the tree had cracked in a single line from trunk to root. Not a wound. A seam. Like something underneath was waiting to open. She pressed her palm to the tree. It was hot. Then the ground beneath her feet pulsed once, not trembled, pulsed, like a heartbeat under stone. The fruits above her shuddered. Leaves fell in slow spirals. A faint keening noise rose from the branches, not quite sound. More like a memory given shape. Then, a whisper. Soft, but spoken aloud. You have remembered enough. Rosha jerked her hand back. The orchard had spoken. Not with language, but with intent. And the message was clear. It no longer required seeds. It no longer needed sowers. It was remembering on its own. The orchard had begun to harvest itself. And if it was harvesting truth, what else might it harvest? What else might it recall? Perhaps not all memories belong to the living. Perhaps not all truths were meant to grow. Rosha backed away. The fruits continued to bloom. Each new one glowed brighter than the last. And in the sky above the orchard, clouds began to form, thick and dark, rimmed with fire. As though the world itself was bracing for what the orchard would next reveal. It began with the wind. Not loud. Not violent. Just strange. It moved against the grain of the desert, curling in slow spirals around the base of the orchard tree, lifting salt dust in shapes that hovered too long, as if reluctant to fall. The leaves rustled, though there was no breeze. The air shimmered, thick with silence. Then came the footsteps. Rosha turned before she heard them, felt them, in the same place she had once felt the thread behind her ear pulse. A figure approached from the far ridge. Barefoot. Clothed in rough linen robes, stained with ash. The woman moved slowly, but without hesitation. Her hair was dark and loose, her posture that of someone newly awoken from sleep or memory. Her eyes locked on Rosha's as she drew closer. And Rosha's world reeled. She knew those eyes. Knew the tilt of that mouth. The line of that jaw. This was impossible. It was her mother. Luma. Alive. But not. The woman said nothing. She walked to the base of the tree and placed her hand on the T. A shoulder. His hand felt real. "I remember," he said. Then he, too, touched the bark and vanished. It was not death. It was return. These were not ghosts in the sense of lingering spirits. They were manifestations, memories so strongly remembered that the orchard had bloomed them into being. Given shape. Given breath. But they did not stay. One by one, they returned to the tree. Back to the source. Back to silence. Rosha stood trembling, heart thudding like a drum in her throat. Then, she saw a child. Tiny, no older than 7, barefoot, holding a glass marble in one hand and nothing in the other. He was not walking. He was staring at her. Eyes wide, dark, ancient. "I know you," he said. She dropped to one knee. "Who are you?" "I was planted," the boy said. "But I didn't grow." "You did." Her breath hitched. "Planted, by whom?" The boy looked up at the tree. Then back at her. "You know who." She did. The council. They hadn't just erased people. They had buried them. Planted their memories in hidden soil, hoping they'd rot. But the orchard remembered. And now, one by one, those forgotten were blooming, not as vengeance, not as war, but as presence. Proof. The truth walking on 2 feet. A whisper passed through the grove as more figures emerged from the distant dunes, gathering, returning, touching the tree and dissolving. And Rosha realized. The orchard wasn't just remembering history. It was correcting it. Restoring what had been stolen. But how long before it remembered everything? Before the oldest wound split open? Before the truths too bitter to bear returned? The tree trembled. Its branches swayed without wind. More fruit were blooming. Hundreds. Some already pulsing with names. Others still blank. Waiting. Rosha stepped back, breath shallow. And in the distance, far off beyond the grove, she saw torches rising on the horizon. Marching. Approaching. The council was coming. Not to harvest, but to burn. The wind shifted again. This time, it came with the smell of iron. Rosha stood at the edge of the grove, her hand resting on the bark of the memory tree. It was warm beneath her fingers, pulsing steadily. Not just with life, but with intent. The tree was awake now, fully, fiercely, and what it remembered, it began to share. The fruits above her head glowed like lanterns in a storm. And one by one, they fell. Some landed gently, cracking open on the salt ground like soft eggs. Others struck hard, shattering into light and sound. And from each, a vision burst. Not a dream. Not a whisper. But a truth. A young prince kneeling beside his brother's bed, hands covered in blood, not poisoned, as the kingdom believed, but mercy-killed before the council could take him. A healer forced to forget the cure for a plague that had swept through the river cities, so a noble family could sell the antidote in secret. A treaty that had never existed, spoken of in history books, carved into city walls. But planted by salt-bearers into 5 rulers' minds to prevent an alliance that would have ended the council's rule. Each truth struck the air like thunder. And the orchard let them echo. Rosha covered her ears. But she still heard. Not just with her body, but with her blood. With every truth that bloomed, the world outside the orchard shifted. On the horizon, she could see it, caravans turning, birds scattering, sand churning beneath the weight of feet. The council's torchline grew closer, closer than she'd thought. Too fast. They weren't coming to debate. They were coming to end this. Rosha turned to the tree. The glyph of the inverted salt-bearer still pulsed at its base. The wound from which all of this had opened. It wasn't just remembering. It was correcting. She knelt beside a fallen fruit, unmarked, humming softly. She lifted it. And felt herself. But older. Not forward in time, deepened. A version of herself who had made different choices. She saw a memory she had not yet lived. Standing on the steps of a burning archive, torch in one hand, decree in the other. Her face scarred. Her voice steady. Speaking a truth no one wanted to hear. She dropped the fruit. "What are you showing me?" she whispered. The tree did not answer. But she felt its question. "Will you let the truth bloom, even if it burns?" The crowd of returned had grown. Hundreds now stood silently within the grove. The boy with the marble. Her mother's shape. The sharp-eyed prophet from Seray Vale. They watched her. Not pleading. Not afraid. Just waiting. Because she had called this. Not in words. But in remembrance. Caratha's voice returned to her like a wind through hollow bone. The orchard will grow what you bury. And not all roots bloom gently. Her satchel was heavy. The forged fruit Ilireth had offered her, the lie that could have stopped a war, still rested within. She touched it through the fabric. Still warm. Still waiting. She could trade one truth for another. Trade clarity for peace. Erase this orchard before the council arrived. Claim ignorance. Tell the world it had all been illusion. It would be so easy. And the council would reward her. They would shape her into legend. A hero of preservation. A loyal daughter of memory. But the orchard would wither. The forgotten would fade. And the tree, this beautiful, impossible tree, would go silent once more. She looked up. The branches moved without wind. As if nodding. She knew her choice. She rose to her feet. And drew the forged fruit from her bag. She raised it high. And threw it. It struck the trunk and cracked. The lie hissed. The bark sizzled. The orchard rejected it. With a sound like thunder beneath water, the tree shuddered. Then it bloomed, not fruit, but fire. White gold flames spread through the roots, illuminating every truth the tree had borne. The orchard accepted her defiance. And the world would hear it. The torchline crested the final dune. Council riders. Cloaked and armored. Staffs ready. Eyes narrowed. But Rosha did not run. She stood beneath the glowing boughs. And behind her, the forgotten stood too. Truth had bloomed. And it would not go quietly. The first arrow didn't whistle. It sang. A high, humming note that shimmered in the salt air as it cut through the space between the dunes. It struck the orchard's outermost fruit, one marked with a name Rosha didn't know, and split it cleanly in half. Memory burst into the sky. Not as light. As ash. Grey and curling, it floated down like snow, sticking to Rosha's skin, her tongue, her lashes. And where it touched the soil, the salt hissed and pulled away, as if scorched. Ash rain. The council had begun. The riders crested the ridge in tight formation, 12 cloaked figures in bone-white armor, their horses clad in thread-woven veils to protect their minds. At their head rode a woman with a silver staff crowned by a ring of braided light, a memory-severing tool known only as a mnemonic halo. Rosha had seen one used once, years ago. It had made a man forget his own name. It had made his daughter forget he was her father. It had made his village forget he ever lived. The woman raised the halo. A voice, amplified not by volume, but by command, cut across the grove. By decree of the Council of Salt and Truth, this orchard is condemned. Its roots are unauthorized. Its fruit unsanctioned. Its memories unverified. Prepare for cleansing. The remembered stood still. They did not flee. They could not. They were the orchard now, threads of it, given flesh. To run was to unravel. Russia stepped forward. The orchard is awake, she said, voice steady. It grows not by hand, but by will. By what was done, not what was permitted. The woman's expression didn't change. Then it will burn. She turned the halo once. The second volley came, not arrows, but needles of light, each aimed not at bodies, but minds. The orchard screamed. Not in pain. In memory. A wave of sound erupted from its branches. Not a sound of agony, but of remembrance. Thousands of voices layered atop one another. Names. Places. Songs. Truths. I was taken. I was silenced. I did not forget. I am here. The light bolts fizzled in midair. The riders flinched. Some staggered. One fell. Russia raised her arms. The sigil on her forearm flared, not gold, but white. It cast light across the salt, catching the council's eyes. I have sown the orchard, she said. I have spoken its name. You cannot unroot what the earth itself remembers. The woman with the halo dismounted. She walked forward, alone. Closer than the others dared. You were erased once, she said. We can do it again. Russia nodded. I know. She reached into her satchel. Not for a weapon. For a fruit. One of the orchards. One that bore no name, only a crack down its side, as if it had seen something too large to contain. She held it out. You want to silence this place, she said. Then taste what it remembers. The woman hesitated. Just for a breath. Then she struck the fruit from Russia's hand. It hit the salt. Broke. The world tilted. A storm of memory erupted. Russia didn't see it. She felt it. Everyone did. It wasn't one memory. It was thousands. Layered. Laced. Stacked like stone. A child dragged from her father's arms. A king's brother laughing on the day he was poisoned. A girl singing in a language no one had spoken in 200 years. A fire that should never have gone out. The riders reeled. One screamed. The woman with the halo dropped her staff. Russia stepped forward, her voice low. You erased us. You forged history. You planted lies in our mouths and called them peace. She pointed to the remember behind her. And still, we returned. The orchard pulsed. The fruits burned. And the ash fell thicker now. Not of trees. But of lies. Turning to dust in the face of remembrance. The council retreated. Not in defeat. But in fear. Because they had seen now. What happened when memory fought back? They stood in the salt ring at dawn. No bird stirred. No wind moved. The orchard waited, silent. Russia faced the woman with the mnemonic halo across a circle of carved salt and soot, old lines etched by the salt-bearers, back when memory duels were rare but permitted. The ritual had not been seen in a generation. Its outcome was not death. It was rewriting. One mind would emerge intact. The other, unmade. The duel was not a game of strength, but of anchor. Of how deep your truths reached. How tightly your memories clung to the bones beneath your name. The woman unwrapped her hands. Each palm bore the sigils of cleanse and bind. Her skin glowed faintly with layered protections, memories she had woven into herself to shield her from unraveling. Her gaze was sharp, cold, and utterly still. You should have remained forgotten, she said. And you should have left us buried, Roshar replied. The grove enclosed them. The remembered watched from the ring's edge. Salt bearers from the deep archive stood behind them, hands resting on the roots. The air shimmered, charged with the pressure of all the truths yet to bloom. Kara stepped forward. He carried no blade this time. Only the ritual flame. A bowl of silver oil burning cold blue. He placed it between them. By the old tongue and the roots that hold us, he intoned, the duel begins. Memory for memory. No edits. No lies. The first to falter shall be unmade. He stepped back. Roshar inhaled. The woman reached across the flame. Touched Roshar's forehead. And the duel began. It started with her childhood. A safe place. A simple place. Roshar gave the woman her earliest laugh, chasing glowflies across the roof of her mother's house. Her toes on warm clay. Her mother's voice singing a lullaby whose words she still did not know. The woman accepted it. Then gave one in return, her first memory of selection, chosen by the council for grooming. She stood in a circle of forgotten children and was the only one seen. She remembered the envy. The hunger. The silence that followed. Back and forth they went. The orchard sapling. The forged fruit. The day Roshar watched her name be spoken aloud again. Then darker things. The fire that took the unrecorded village. The song that forced a ruler's suicide. The way Luma knelt at the council's gates, trading her daughter's memory for her life. Roshar trembled. But did not break. Her anchor held. Then the woman reached deeper. Too deep. She touched the part of Roshar that remembered not herself, but others. The memories of those who had been planted in her. Whole lineages, bound to her bones like vines around stone. Names that never lived past birth. Whole tongues that had no written script. All blooming in her now. It staggered her. But the woman faltered, too. Because Roshar saw her anchor. Not strength. Not belief. But emptiness. Her mind was stitched with borrowed memory. Her childhood wasn't hers. Her loyalty was planted. Her purpose, assigned. She was not rooted. She was crafted. And Roshar pulled. Like a gardener tearing up a weed. She grabbed hold of the false thread that ran through the woman's mind, a memory of being chosen, treasured, uplifted. And she showed her the truth. She hadn't been chosen. She had been spared. The rest of the children had died. And she had been marked not as worthy, but useful. The woman gasped. The circle cracked. Salt leapt in sparks. And her mind broke. Not shattered, but released. Her eyes lost their clarity. Her lips trembled. She staggered back from the circle, dropping her halo, which dissolved into dust the moment it touched the cracked ring. Silence fell. Kara stepped forward again. Raised the ritual flame. Snuffed it out with a breath. The duel is ended, he said. And the orchard stands. The remembered wept. Not for victory, but for continuity. The woman knelt in the dust, hands empty. Roshar stepped forward. Offered her a fruit. Unmarked. Unplanted. But alive. Start over, she said. The woman took it. And for the first time in her life, she chose her own memory. They celebrated through the night. Not with wine or song, but with stories. The remembered gathered around low fires beneath the orchard boughs, telling the truths they had held in silence for years. Names once forbidden were spoken aloud. Old languages flickered into being. One man sang a song no one had heard in 2 centuries, and a child began humming it in perfect harmony, as if it had never been forgotten. The orchard pulsed with quiet joy. Even the wind seemed gentler. But Rosha sat apart. Not because she didn't feel the victory, but because something in her was missing. It wasn't pain. It wasn't grief. It was absence. Since the duel, a sliver of her memory had gone dark. Not an event, not a name, something subtler. A feeling. She could remember the orchard. She could remember her mother's face, the warmth of the memory, the truth of her birth. But not the why. Not the reason she had cared so fiercely, so desperately. The core emotion was gone, as if the duel had plucked the root from the soil and left the fruit still hanging, hollow and sweet. She pressed her hand to her chest. It beat steadily. But something behind her ribs felt rearranged. She found Kareth near the orchard's edge, tracing new glyphs into the salt. He looked up when she approached. "You lost something," he said, before she could speak. She nodded. "I can't feel what I meant to feel. I remember everything. But it feels like someone else's life." He didn't answer at first. Just poured a thin stream of oil around his glyph, sealing it. Then he stood. "You broke her," he said, meaning the council duelist. "But you had to give something away to do it." The root she latched onto, that emotion, it snapped under pressure. "And you haven't regrown it yet." "Can I?" she asked. His expression was unreadable. "If the soil is deep enough." Rosha looked back toward the orchard. Dozens of new fruits had grown overnight. Some shimmered gently in the breeze. Others had begun to hum. "Will they keep growing?" she asked. Kareth nodded. "The orchard remembers everything now. Not just from you. From all of them. And from itself." She turned to him. "Is that safe?" He gave her a long, slow look. Was truth ever safe? They walked in silence for a time. Then she stopped. "My heart feels wrong," she said. "Like I know I should be angry, or grateful, or something. But all I feel is the shape of what I used to feel." Kareth nodded. "That's the sign of a broken graft." She looked at him. "It means," he said gently, "you grew something around a wound, and now the wound's gone, but so is the growth. The branch needs time. Or it grows twisted." She ran her fingers along her forearm, where the old sigil still glowed faintly. "I don't want to grow twisted." "Then tend the branch," he said. "Plant something new. Not from memory. From choice." That night, Rosha returned to the orchard alone. She took a blank fruit from the tree. Carried it to the grove's heart. Dug a small hole in the salt soil with her fingers. And for the first time since the story began, she planted something not born of grief. Not of loss. Not of fear. But of hope. Just a seed. Just a whisper. No binding spell. No ritual. Just a memory she had never lived yet. A day when no one feared remembering. She buried it. Stood up. And walked into the dawn. Behind her, the orchard pulsed once. The fruit glowed. And something new began to grow. The path was sealed behind for glyphs and a silence oath. Even Kareth hesitated before unlocking it. "There are roots," he said, tracing the last sigil into the stone door, "that were meant never to surface. This is one of them." Rosha stood beside him, torchlight dancing against the tunnel walls. The earth here was different. Not the smooth stone of memory chambers, or the red-veined salt of orchard soil, but black basalt, cracked like old bone. The glyphs did not glow in these halls. They recoiled. "What lies beneath?" she asked. Kareth sighed. The truth the orchard was grown to bury. The door opened. They descended. The tunnel narrowed as it spiraled downward. The air smelled of soot and ink, and something else, something final. A dryness that had nothing to do with weather. They reached a low chamber built from stacked slabs of dark stone. In the center sat a pedestal. On it, a single book, bound in bark black leather, stitched with golden root thread. No title. Just one symbol pressed into the cover. A root. And a flame. Kareth did not touch it. "It's yours," he said. "Your mark bloomed the orchard. Your wound kept it alive. If anyone can open it safely, it's you." Rosha stepped forward. Her palms were sweating. She had opened memory jars. She had seen truth blossom. She had even walked through other people's pain like a blade through silk. But this felt alive. She touched the book. It opened on its own. The first page was blank. The second bled with ink. Aidit myth. Rosha kept turning pages. More drawings. More memories. Not all cruel. Some pleading. A mother planting her child's name in the ground. A man whispering his own story into a hollowed stone. A dying soldier clutching a fruit that had not yet bloomed. And then, a final page, still wet with fresh ink. The orchard remembers what you are not ready to know. Beneath it, a mirror glass inlay. She saw her own face. Then, her mother's. Then, others. Faces she had never seen, but felt. Anchored in her bones. Rosha stepped back. The book closed. Kareth looked at her with something between pity and awe. "You carry more than your own memories," he said. "You are a vessel for the buried." "What do I do with that?" she whispered. He gave no answer. But the ground rumbled. Far above, the orchard pulsed. And Rosha felt it deep in her spine. Not fear. Not burden. But urgency. The orchard was not just alive. It was awakening others. And if she did not guide what came next, someone else would. The orchard was louder now. Not with sound. With memory. Every tree pulsed with it, like drums in the dirt, hearts in the branches, thoughts whispering down leaves. The grove no longer slept between harvests. It dreamed awake, and in those dreams, Rosha saw shadows moving. Ancients. Ghosts of thought. People who were never born but remembered anyway. And above them all, at the center of the grove, stood the first tree. She hadn't seen it before. Not truly. It had always been half hidden, veiled by the others, cloaked by illusion. But now, it stood clear and tall in the morning light, its bark white as bone, its roots cracked into the salt like lightning strikes. No fruit hung from its branches. Except one. One orb. Larger than all the others. Glowing like a sun behind glass. And marked with no name. Only a glyph burned into its skin. Delta. The first letter of the old tongue. The beginning. Rosha stepped toward it. The orchard quieted as she approached. The remembered watched from the grove's edge. No one followed her. Not even Kareth. Some things had to be done alone. She placed her hand against the trunk. The bark was cold. Not like ice. Like stone. Like memory that had never been softened by the telling. The tree responded. A spiral opened up its trunk, ladders woven into the wood itself, each rung a different color, each a different truth. She climbed. Upward. Past branches heavy with silent leaves. Past flickers of stories that tried to press themselves against her skin as she passed. Whispers wanting to be told. The fruit waited at the very top. It hung just within reach, Perfect. Unblemished. And impossibly still. She reached for it. Hesitated. Then pulled it free. The tree groaned. A sound like old wood breaking and old voices awakening. She held the fruit in both hands. It pulsed once. Then again. She bit. And fell through time. She was no longer herself. She stood in another's skin. Eyes wide, arms heavy with ink, standing before a circle of salt-bearers robed in crimson and white. In the center of the circle lay a child, still and silent, breathing shallow. A prince. A threat. A boy whose memory was too dangerous to let grow. "We erase him now," said the leader, "and plant peace in his place." They stepped forward. Not with blades. With fruit. Forged. Empty. She watched them press one to the boy's lips. Watched the truth fade from his face. Watched his name vanish from the room. Then they turned to her. The one who had harvested the memory first. The one who had taught them how. And she saw her own hands. Her own. Not in body, but in blood. This was her ancestor. The first graft. The woman who took truth and cut it clean. And so began the orchard. Not as healing. As control. The vision ended. She dropped the fruit. It turned to ash. The tree trembled. And so did she. Because now she knew. The orchard had not grown to protect the forgotten. It had grown from the first forgetting. And in her veins ran the ink of the one who started it all. She was heir to the wound. And the knife. And now she had to decide. Would she use it to prune again? Or let the orchard grow wild? The wind changed the moment she stepped back onto the salt. It rolled through the orchard like a tide returning, curling around branches, rustling the leaves with a sound like murmured names. The remembered raised their heads. The salt-bearers paused mid-step. Even the root stirred beneath the soil, vibrating with something more than life, anticipation. Rosha said nothing. She held the memory in her palm. Not the fruit, no, that had burned to ash atop the first tree. But what it had shown her lived still, pulsing beneath her skin, a truth too deep to forget. She felt it like a weight in her blood, like flame behind her ribs. The memory of the first erasure. The birth of the orchard not as a place of healing, but as a tool of control. A wound planted in the ground and told to grow sweet. And now, she was the last graft on that old, twisted tree. A crowd had gathered at the base of the grove. More than remembered now. Travelers, too. Traders from the southern salt ports. A nomad caravan whose memory-marked camel carried an elder who whispered every sentence twice, once for himself, once for the past. People had begun to arrive from the outer lands, drawn by rumors of the grove that breathed, the girl who planted memories, the tree that spoke. Some came seeking healing. Others came to bargain. A few came with torches in their eyes. But all came to see. Rosha walked to the center of the grove. The silence was vast. Behind her, Karath waited with one hand on the flame bowl, the same one used to open the memory jewels. Ilareth stood beside him now, weathered and worn, the edges of her veil singed by salt wind and guilt. Even she looked uncertain. Even she didn't know what Rosha would choose. Rosha turned, slowly, letting them all see her face. "I have tasted the first fruit," she said. Her voice carried without force, not loud but clear, as though the orchard itself held it aloft. The memory that began the orchard. That seeded the first forgetting. No one breathed. In the age before records, Before council and decree, there was a boy, she said. A prince whose memory was stolen. Not to protect him. Not to heal him. To rewrite history. A murmur rose, hushed and rippling. Some stepped back. Others leaned forward. His truth was taken, she continued, and in its place, peace was planted. Not real peace. Managed peace. And that false root gave birth to the orchard. Not as sanctuary. As weapon. As tool. She let the words settle. Then she drew from her satchel a sealed jar, simple, clear, unmarked, and opened it. The air shivered. From the glass rose the memory of the first lie. Not an image. Not a voice. A feeling, certainty. The knowing that something beautiful had been born from something cruel. That peace had grown from forgetting. That even a garden can grow on graves. The memory spun upward like a thin ribbon of fire. And it did not stop. It did not fade. It did not die. It rose above the orchard and spread. Across the desert wind. Across the dunes. Across the world. Toward the cities. The markets. The salt courts and river halls. And there it began to wake others. In the port city of Anvan's crown, a magistrate dropped her ink brush mid-decree, suddenly remembering the name of her mother, who had been erased by the council 40 years prior. In the storm-stepped kingdom of Galbran, a war captain who had never questioned his orders wept openly, remembering the village he had been told was a dream. In a small schoolhouse tucked beneath a crumbling aqueduct, a child stopped reciting her lessons and began to sing a song no one remembered teaching her, but every elder in the room began to cry upon hearing. The world, long silenced, began to speak. Rosha knelt. Not in exhaustion. In reverence. She had opened a door no one could close. She had not just remembered. She had shared remembrance. And now, the orchard lived in more than roots. It lived in people. It would not stop with her. She was no longer the sower. She was simply the first to listen. A soft sound rose behind her. Leaves falling. But when she turned, she saw that the tree was not shedding, it was seeding. Small fruits, pale and pulsing, had begun to drop gently to the ground. One by one. And as they touched the soil, they rolled to the feet of those gathered. Not chosen by Rosha. Chosen by the orchard. Each person who had come was given a memory. Not always theirs. Sometimes a truth they needed. Sometimes a pain they had buried. Sometimes a joy they had never dared to imagine. Some dropped them. Afraid. Others held them close. And a few, just a few, took a bite. The orchard did not judge. It simply gave. And above them all, the branches whispered. Not in words. In memory. And the world remembered. The first city burned at twilight. Not by war. By memory. It began in the harbour town of Terlething, where salt lighters used to sail beneath banners of forgetting. For years, the council had made it their testing ground, implanting softened regrets in dock workers, erasing union leaders, rewriting the storm of a strike as a flood from the sea. But now the people remembered. Not just the lies. The feeling of being lied to. The rage did not come in shouts. It came in song. An old Labour chant rose from the fish gutters, passed from lips that had not moved that way in generations. Then came names, the names of those who had vanished, the ones everyone had been told never existed. The names glowed in chalk across the walls. Painted in fire on sails. Etched into ship hulls. And then the salt towers, tall, Thin spires where council wardens stored memory records were pulled down by hand. The smoke could be seen from the northern ridge by dusk. By the third day, 3 more cities followed. In Vel Toren, teachers stopped teaching the council's version of history and began reciting the old songs again. In Eldavar, a noble house confessed to harboring memoryforgers who had secretly preserved family truths for over a century. In Shale's Hollow, the streets turned red when 2 factions, both remembering correctly, both unwilling to listen, clashed in the name of truth. Because truth, Roshar was learning, was not a single flame. It was a wildfire. And not everyone wanted the same fire in their home. She sat beneath the orchard on the 6th day, watching the horizon smudge with the smoke of distant cities. The sky was no longer pale. It was veined with grey. Not unnatural, but changed. Karath approached quietly. His cloak smelled of ash and rain. "They're asking for you," he said. "Who?" she asked, though she already knew. "The rulers. The exiles. The scribes. The ones who fear what comes next." Roshar didn't speak. He crouched beside her. "You cracked the silence. They're afraid you'll finish what you started." She looked up. "And if I do? Then the world changes. And if I don't?" He looked at the orchard. "It changes anyway. But slower. And with more blood." She closed her eyes. What she had unleashed was not a rebellion. It was a return. A pulling up of old roots, and a refusal to let the past stay buried just because the present was more comfortable. But now the orchard was everywhere. Carried in voices. Carried in stories. Carried in seeds. She had not known they would travel so far. She had not realized the fruits would begin to fall on their own. In Teshmar, a girl reportedly found a fruit hanging from her windowsill vine. In Deepfold, a man unearthed a glowing root from the stone floor beneath his cellar. Even in the heart of the eastern provinces, where council influence was strongest, trees had begun to grow where none had been planted. Roshar felt it in her chest. The orchard had left the desert. It was no longer hers. It belonged to the world now. And the world was divided. Some called her a liberator. Some called her a heretic. Some called her a storm. And some still called her nothing at all because they refused to speak of what they could no longer control. But the truth, real truth, does not ask to be obeyed. It simply arrives. And now, it was arriving faster than anyone could stop. They called them ghosts at first. Figures emerging from dust roads, blinking in sunlight. Whole caravans stepping from borderlands no map had drawn. Ships docking in harbors whose registries had long declared them lost at sea. They arrived with languages no one had heard since the first forgetting, with clothes stitched in patterns outlawed before Roshar was born, with songs older than cities. But they were not ghosts. They were the erased. And they were remembering themselves. It began in the eastern corridor of Aramanth, where a Saltwatch patrol reported a procession of pale-robed women moving silently across the dunes. They carried no flags. They bore no weapons. But their feet struck the sand in perfect rhythm, like a heartbeat once buried, now thudding to the surface. When approached, the women raised their palms. Each bore the same brand, a broken tree root coiled into a spiral. The sigil of the first eviction. No one had seen it in over 300 years. Because no one had been allowed to. Not long after, in the high cliffs of Mora's Spine, a forgotten mountain people unfurled a banner made of blood-red silk. The fabric shimmered with woven glyphs that could not be read by any current council dialect. Linguists arrived, eager to decode it, only to discover that the glyphs weren't meant to be read. They were meant to be sung. And when sung, they unlocked visions. Not from the past. From other people's pasts. Not memories the singers owned, but ones they had carried for generations. Russia read the reports from her camp beneath the orchard's eldest tree. She felt the weight of each story. Because with every return, a new thread in the world's great tapestry rewove itself, and not all threads agreed where they once belonged. Some returned peoples came with open hands. Others came with grievance. Not every forgetting had been passive. Some had been bargained. Some had been chosen. She met with a council of elders from the White Ravine, a once-erased society whose collective memory had survived through bone-carving and breath traditions. They recited their lineage in full, 13 generations of silence, 12 bloodlines culled from ledgers, and one pact made in desperation. We were given the choice, the matriarch told Rosha, her voice low and flinty. To forget, or to burn. We chose forgetting. And we survived. And now? Rosha asked. Now that you remember. The woman's eyes narrowed. Now we decide if survival was worth the price. That same week, fires broke out in the inner quarters of Uravé, where council-aligned historians tried to halt the publication of a new atlas, one that included settlements erased from all sanctioned maps. Scholars fought in the streets. Markets closed. And in the southern ports, books of unrecorded memory were stolen, copied, spread. The world was dividing again. Not into kingdoms. Into realities. One made of remembered truths. One clinging to the sanctioned silence of the past. Rosha watched as the orchard's branches spread wider, fruits blooming in colors she had never seen before, some bearing 2 glyphs, some none at all. The air beneath the canopy had changed. It no longer smelled only of salt and fire. It smelled of possibility. And danger. Because the forgotten were not returning to join the world. They were returning to reshape it. And some had no interest in peace. Some had waited generations for the chance to rewrite everything. Even the orchard pulsed with warning now. Its newest fruits burned hotter. Some hissed when touched. One even shattered in the hand of a scribe who tried to preserve it. Truth was no longer content with being remembered. It wanted vengeance. And Rosha, for all her efforts to carry it with care, knew that she had released something larger than herself. She had planted hope. But hope, when mixed with fury, grows thorns. She looked to the horizon. Another caravan was approaching. More erased returning. And among them, she sensed something unfamiliar. A presence not of this world, not a memory, not a ghost, but something older. Something the orchard had buried itself. Something even it had feared to remember. The orchard had gone quiet again. Not the gentle hush of resting trees, but a tense stillness, as if the roots themselves held their breath. The wind moved sluggishly between the branches, heavy with unspoken pollen. The usual glow of the fruit had dimmed to an amber haze, like coals beneath ash, and even the leaves seemed reluctant to rustle, folded tightly, as though listening. Rosha moved through the grove with bare feet. The salt was cool now, as though the orchard had drawn its heat inward, storing it for something not yet named. She passed rows of fruit she no longer recognized, pale-veined, thin-skinned, some gently pulsing as if alive with breath. Each tree bent slightly toward her, not in reverence, but in warning. They knew where she was going. At the very heart of the grove, beneath the branches of a tree older than the council's founding stones, there was a small hollow, a depression in the earth so smooth and dark it looked as though it had been licked into shape by time itself. No fruit grew above it. No light touched it. The air here had weight. And in the hollow sat the seed. She had not known it was there until the night before, when she dreamed of flame and teeth, of voices too old for shape and faces too blurred for memory. In the dream, she saw herself reach into this hollow with both hands. Not to take, but to awaken. And now, awake, her body remembered the motion. The seed was nothing like a fruit. It was matte. Obsidian dark. No glyph. No breath. No light. And yet, something in it throbbed. Not with sound. With invitation. She knelt beside it. Felt the pull, like silk caught on the edge of a splinter, soft and slow and deep. Her breath grew shallow, chest rising like the tide before a storm. Her fingers tingled. The air curled around her skin, tasting her, testing her, waiting. She reached out. Not all at once. Not quickly. Like brushing fingertips across a sealed letter whose contents might ruin you, or make you whole. When her skin met the seed, it was warmer than it should have been. Not hot, hungry. A shiver ran through her spine. And then, the vision. It did not crash over her like the others. It slid. Slow and curling, like a whisper slipped beneath a door, like fingers tracing a collarbone. She was in a chamber. Stone and shadow. The light came not from torches but from veins in the walls, glowing softly with breathlight, rhythmic as a pulse. A man stood in the center, arms outstretched, his skin inked with runes that crawled. Not symbols of protection, of pleasure. Of power taken in exchange for surrender. He was not alone. Around him stood the first bearers, not the council, but those who had taught them. Seen it. The true origin. The seed was not from loss. It was from submission. Not all memory was taken. Some was given, willingly, desperately, in that hot space between control and surrender. The orchard was not just a monument to what was forgotten. It was a shrine to what we longed to forget, even as we offered it up. That desire. That exquisite, aching terror of remembrance. Of being known too deeply. Of being shaped. She touched her chest. Her breath came hard. She looked down at the seed. Still silent. Still waiting. But now she knew what it was. The orchard's first wound. And its most dangerous pleasure. A truth so sharp it had to be buried not just in earth, but in shame. And yet, it had waited for her. Not because she was strong. Because she had cracked enough to let it in. The orchard no longer warned her away. It bent its branches low. Welcoming. The seed did not open. It bled. A slow, syrup-thick thread of ink spilled from the seam along its side, not black, not quite. Shimmering instead with shifting colors that had no name. As the ink touched the salt ground, it hissed softly, and from the sound rose a shape. No image. No body. Just a presence. It filled the grove like perfume in a sealed room, velvety, choking, impossible to ignore. Russia knelt still, hands planted in the earth to keep herself from drifting. Her breath slowed. Her pulse matched the hush of leaves above her. And then the presence touched her. Not skin. Memory. She saw nothing. But she felt everything. The memory had no voice, but it spoke, in color, in temperature, in the subtle ache behind the eyes one gets before weeping for something not yet lost. There was no timeline. No who, no when. Just experience. A child clinging to the hem of someone who no longer existed. A hand pressed flat against a stone wall, fingers twitching in time with footsteps that never arrived. A moment of unbearable joy just before it was erased. Rosh's mind reeled. The memory had no shape because it had never been given one. It was not a story. It was a sensation suspended in eternity, raw and uncarved, too sacred for narrative, too painful for names. The salt beneath her knees melted into warmth. The grove bent around her. She did not move. She dissolved. For the first time in her life, Rosha forgot herself, not from violence, not from magic, but from proximity. The memory enfolded her like a shawl, like a skin, and in that strange union she felt herself open. To what? She couldn't say. But it was familiar. As if it had always been waiting inside her, curled like a tendril, needing only this moment to uncurl. She floated. She sank. She burned. She bloomed. The orchard blurred. Branches turned to rivers. Leaves to voices. Roots to arms that did not hold but cradled. The feeling was not comfort. It was something far deeper, dangerous in its gentleness, unbearable in its honesty. A memory with no name. Because no name was worthy. She cried. Not from sorrow. From recognition. It was hers. It wasn't hers. It had always been everyone's, and no one's. The original ache. The first hunger. The longing to be remembered without being seen. To be known without having to explain. To exist in someone else's body, if only for a moment, without the burden of being you. And when the memory receded, it did not fade. It left something behind. A mark on the inside of her ribs. A hum at the base of her spine. A soft pulse in the tips of her fingers. She opened her eyes. The orchard stood quiet. The seed had crumbled into fine dust, its purpose spent. And Rosha felt empty. Not hollow. Cleared. As if space had been made. She could not speak. There were no words for what she had seen, because she had seen nothing, and everything. Even Kareth, when he found her later, said nothing. He knelt beside her, studied the dust, the hollow in the ground, the soft expression on her face. She showed you, didn't she? He whispered. Rosha turned to him. Her voice came slowly. She didn't show me. She became me. And she knew, as she said it, that something in her was no longer entirely hers. The memory with no name had made a home in her bones. And it would not rest. Not until the orchard bloomed everywhere. It began with a child in the Wren Vale who dreamed of salt. A simple thing, hardly worth noticing. A girl with no orchard blood, no mark of memory on her skin, woke one morning with her hands coated in a fine dust that shimmered like snow but stung like tears. Her mother scrubbed them clean, thinking it soot from the baker's vent. But the girl whispered in her sleep that night. The orchard is awake beneath the stone. Then came the paintings. In the marsh towns along the River Sal, dozens of fishermen began carving unfamiliar glyphs into the hulls of their boats, symbols they claimed came to them in dreams, etched into moonlight, glowing from the surface of the water. When historians tried to categorize them, they found half of them predated the council by centuries. The other half weren't in any known language at all. And in the palace of Serig's Reach, a trusted minister woke with a memory that wasn't hers. She stood in the hall of petitioners, preparing to recite the weekly address, and paused as a feeling washed through her, not fear, not panic, but a presence. And with it, the sudden, unbearable knowledge that she had once been someone else. Someone erased. Someone who had planted a tree in the salt and wept because she knew no one would ever remember her name. The minister fell silent. And then resigned. And disappeared. All across the map, seeds bloomed. Not in soil. In minds. Not as trees. As truths. The memory with no name, what Rosha had carried back into herself, was spreading. And not like knowledge. Not like rumor. It moved like longing. A warmth in the chest that refused to leave. A dream you couldn't forget. A moment where everything familiar looked slightly different, edges too sharp, shadows too soft. It was not a virus. It was a desire. The desire to be whole. Even if the pieces didn't match. Russia saw it first in the eyes of those who visited her. Salt bearers came with questions and left asking better ones. Farmers brought strange fruits, convinced their vines were whispering stories in the night. A sandwalker from the east came simply to sit beneath the branches of the first tree and weep, not for what he remembered, but for what he now knew he had never been allowed to remember. The world was remembering itself. Not as it was told. As it truly had been. And with that remembering came something stranger still. People began dreaming each other's dreams. In Caratha's scriptorium, a student gasped awake in the middle of copying orchard glyphs, claiming she'd just walked the battlefields of the Salt War as a dying soldier, though she'd never studied the era. In a mountain tavern, a drunkard recited a lullaby no one had ever written down, but a traveler from the south recognized it word for word. He'd heard it in his own dreams. Even enemies began to dream the same things. Russia watched it unfold like weather, slow at first, then sudden. Cities that had stood firm in their forgetting began to buckle. Some closed their gates. Others opened them wider than ever before. One empire collapsed in a single week, not from war, but from confession. One of its archivists sang the truth of a royal lineage erased to maintain a false peace, and the public answered not with revolt, but with mourning. And all the while, Russia stayed in the grove. She felt the pulse of the memory with no name growing stronger. Not consuming her. Becoming her. She began to speak in dreams. Not on purpose. She simply found herself there, standing in places she had never been, whispering to people she had never met, planting thoughts like seeds in their sleep. Truth is not a blade, she said to a child in a walled school. It is the softest hand you've ever known. And it asks to be held. You are not broken, she told a grieving man kneeling before a council pyre. You were silenced. There's a difference. You remember because you must, she told them all. And forgetting is not peace. It's frost. More and more, she no longer knew if she was Russia speaking. Or the memory itself. She had become both gardener and root. And the orchard was no longer a place. It was a presence. Blooming everywhere. The first stone to speak was not grand. It wasn't a monument or a ruin. It was a step. A single slab of weather-worn limestone set into the temple road in Dustmere, smoothed by centuries of sandals, hooves, and silence. One morning, as a boy knelt to tie his sandal, he heard a voice, not in his ear, but in the bones of his knees. I remember, it whispered, soft as rainfall. He leapt back. The stone glowed for a moment, a faint blush of heatless light, then dimmed. The temple closed its gates. But not before others heard it. Then the riverbeds joined in. Not all of them. Just the dry ones. The dead channels that hadn't seen water in decades. In the north, the old serpentine scar of the Irene River, which the council had long denied ever existed, began to shimmer at night. Travelers camped nearby claimed they heard the sound of running water beneath the earth. One woman swore she dipped her hands in nothing but dust. And felt her childhood ripple through her fingers. The memory of a lost sibling. A name carved into bark, now grown over. A lie told in kindness that bloomed into silence. She wept for hours. All across the forgotten places of the world, the inanimate began to murmur. Not in language. In memory. Salt cliffs cracked to reveal old mural paint, faces that had once been scrubbed clean by decree now peeking through in pastel tones. Statues long stripped of names began to glow faintly under moonlight, as if warming to the sound of their own histories being whispered again. In the valley of Ashkarel, a canyon known only for its echo transformed overnight. Now, when a voice shouted into it, it did not echo back the words. It replied. Scholars argued over how. Was it glyph resonance? Deep memory encoding in mineral veins? The result of a psychic field seeded by the orchard's expansion? But those who listened closely knew the truth. The land itself had begun to remember. Because the memory with no name, what Rosha had stirred, was not content with minds. It had roots. And roots go everywhere. Kara sat beside her beneath the orchard that evening, watching a vine curl up the leg of a fruit-laden bench. "They're calling it Memory Fall," he said, scanning a new report from the western dunes. "As if it were a season." "It is," Rosha said. "But not one that ends." He looked at her sideways. "You're changing." She nodded. "I don't feel like I'm carrying the memory anymore," she murmured. "I feel like I am it. Not just the one with the truth. The truth itself." He was silent. The orchard around them was blooming out of rhythm. Not in circles or rows, but in spirals, asymmetrical and organic, like it no longer obeyed design. Some of the fruit cracked before ripening, pouring light onto the soil. Others hummed like bees. One, growing at the base of the first tree, bore no glyph, just a reflection. If you looked too closely, it showed you not who you were, but who you could have been if you'd never been erased. Rosha stood. She could feel something moving beyond the trees now. A pressure, as if the world were contracting in preparation for a larger breath. "The stones are only the beginning," she said. He nodded, but his expression was grave. If the world starts remembering itself fully, it might not like what it finds. Rosha touched the bark of the oldest tree, now humming softly beneath her fingers. "I know." And she did. Because the next memory waking was not human. It was older. It was buried beneath city walls, beneath throne halls and false altars. And it had waited longer than anyone could measure. It had been betrayed. And it was waking angry. It didn't rise like the others. It didn't whisper from the trees or glow gently in the fruit. It didn't shimmer in dreams or hum behind the eyes. This memory did not seek to be held. It came like a thunderclap. A breach in the salt. A wound in the orchard's root line. The first tree screamed. Not in sound. In loss. Rosha fell to her knees as the ground beneath the grove split in a long, slow breath. The roots twisted. The air cracked. The trees bent inward, not bowing, but bracing. Something was rising from beneath the orchard. Not a person. Not a ghost. A memory that had never been softened. Not recorded. Not shaped. Not touched by language or glyph or ceremony. It was raw. It was angry. And it had been buried alive. At first, no one understood what they were seeing. The hollow beneath the first tree deepened, widened, cracked into a chasm. The salt hissed. Branches curled like frightened animals. A black mist rose, slow, heavy, alive with movement but holding no form. It did not shimmer like the memorying Rosha had seen before. This was darker. Heavier. Like thought turned to oil. Like a secret so vile it had become viscous. Karath ran to her side. "Don't breathe it," he shouted, pulling a woven ward from his satchel. "Don't let it inside." But it was too late. It was already in. Not just Rosha. Not just the orchard. The land. The world. She felt it, like a blade behind the ribs. A sharpness, clean and ancient. A hatred not of people, but of being forgotten. This was not a memory erased for safety. This was one erased because to remember it was to die of grief. She collapsed. And the vision struck. Not gently. It threw her. She was not in the orchard anymore. She was in a chamber of obsidian and bone. A city carved into cliffside and shadow. And fire, so much fire, contained in lanterns, skulls, eyes. At the center stood a throne of salt crystal and iron, and on it, a figure. Tall. Crowned. Faceless. Its skin writhed with memories it refused to share, each one squirming beneath the surface like serpents caught in amber. Around it knelt thousands. Not worshipping. Weeping. She knew their names. Or she would have, if the council had not burned them from the books. This was the first genocide. Not of blood. Of identity. A whole people torn from history, not killed, not enslaved, but made untrue. And here, beneath the orchard, their last thought had festered. It was not. Why? It was. Remember us. But when no one did, the memory turned. It twisted inward. Fed on itself. Became pure. Not longing. Not pain. Just rage. Rosha staggered out of the vision. The mist had grown thicker. It was crawling up the first tree, suffocating the youngest fruits, coiling around the glyphs and scraping them clean. This memory was not content with being seen. It wanted to erase in return. She understood, then. The memory did not want to be remembered. It wanted to remake the world. To burn every orchard. To undo every name. To let silence fall forever, as punishment for the silence it had endured. This was not vengeance. This was balance, drawn in ash. The grove cracked. 3 trees fell in a single breath, their roots torn from the ground, their fruits bursting in midair like overripe wounds. And still the memory rose. A voice sounded. Not from Rosha. Not from Kareth. From the orchard itself. You buried it, it said. And you called that mercy. Now reap what you sowed. Rosha stood. She had no weapon. No spell. Only memory. But it was hers. And the orchard was hers. Not because she planted it, but because she heard it. She stepped forward into the black mist. And it did not devour her. It paused. For the first time. Something in it remembered her. Not her face. Not her name. Her feeling. The way she had once touched the seed with both hands and asked for nothing in return. And the memory hesitated. Because even it had once been human. And maybe, just maybe, it still wanted to be. There was no declaration. No trumpet. No siege lines drawn in the dust. The world simply broke. One morning, the city of Sereth woke up under 2 suns. The first was real, the desert sun, old and merciless, blazing across the salt ridge like always. The second was not. It burned above the eastern gate, golden and flickering, visible only to those who remembered the other version of Sereth, the version where the eastern gate had never been breached during the War of Black Winds. The version where their ancestors had won. But that version was not in the archives. And now, it was bleeding through. People stood in the street, staring up. Some knelt. Some screamed. Some wept, not because they saw something wrong, but because they saw something right that no one had believed. That same day, in the northern city-state of Velas, a 1,000-year-old obelisk cracked clean in half, and spoke. Not metaphorically. It issued a sound that scholars described as a reverse echo, and suddenly half the population could remember a sister empire long denied by council maps. The other half remembered no such thing. And they did not take kindly to being called liars. Soon after, the map wars began. Not with swords, but with claims. Old kingdoms rose in memory. Border disputes ignited not because of land, but because of who remembered what. Cities split in 2. Families fractured. Monuments were destroyed because their inscriptions no longer matched the dominant memory. Children left schools because their teachers could not agree on which path to teach. And all the while, the orchard kept blooming. Not only in the desert. Everywhere. Vines grew through libraries. Glyph fruit burst open on courthouse stairs. Ghost trees took root in the dreams of rulers, blossoming from the ceiling down. Some nations banned them. Others worshipped them. Some tried to burn them, only to find that fire could no longer touch the roots once a single truth had taken hold. Russia watched from the grove. Not alone. The memory that hated had not left. It circled her now, not like a predator, but like a storm learning to hover. She had not driven it back. She had absorbed it, just enough to hold it still. Every night, it tested her. Every night, it whispered. They don't want truth. They want a better lie. And some nights, she believed it. Kareth returned from a journey to the southern cities with ash in his clothes. Veltoren burned its own orchard, he said. Why? He looked at her, eyes hollow. Because it bore a fruit no one agreed on. Half the city claimed it held the name of a forgotten queen. The other half said it was a demon's trick. A priest bit it. He died. Of what? Too much memory. His body couldn't hold it. Russia closed her eyes. Memory was no longer a gift. It had become a weapon. Not by design. By demand. People were hungry. Not for truth, but for confirmation. And if they couldn't find it, they'd twist the past until it bent to their fear. The shattering was not a war of blood. It was a war of versions. And memory, the very thing meant to unite them, was now the fuel that lit the pyres. She sat beneath the first TR. Nymor, she asked Rosha, can I still be good? Rosha looked at her. Touched her hand. And whispered. Yes. Because goodness is not memory. It's what you choose to do with it. The hateful memory stilled. For just a moment. And Rosha knew. The orchard could not fix the world. But it could plant the chance. One seed at a time. They came not from the orchard. Not from the council's archives or the forgotten cities. They came from the blank spaces. Deserts with no names. Borders that had never been drawn. Villages that had burned before any memory could mark them. The first rootless arrived without ceremony, no banners, no glyphs, no fury. Just silence. A line of 30 walking across the salt flats barefoot, eyes like still water, skin unmarked by memory lines. They spoke in low tones, but only when necessary. They carried no past with them, not visibly, not emotionally. They were not victims of forgetting. They were children of it. Kareth was the first to sense something different. They don't dream, he whispered, watching them from the grove's edge. They don't remember. And they don't want to. Rosha stood beside him, watching the rootless approach the outer trees. They didn't flinch when a fruit fell beside them and burst in a hiss of golden vapor. One of them, young, perhaps 20, with close-shorn hair and unreadable eyes, walked directly into the orchard. The trees curled slightly away from her, uncertain. She reached for a fruit. It withered before her fingers touched it. The memory inside recoiled. And Rosha understood. They weren't just unmarked. They were immune. The orchard could not root in them. And that made them dangerous. Later that evening, the girl, who called herself Nail, sat across from Rosha beneath the first tree. The rest of her people waited in a ring just outside the orchard's oldest roots, still and silent. You're not curious? Rosha asked. What came before you? Why the world is unraveling? Nail tilted her head. I don't believe in before. Only in what's still here. You don't want to remember. Nail smiled. It was not cruel. It was clean. Remembrance is a drug. You keep tasting it, hoping it will change who you are. But it only shows you what you've already been. We need it to grow, Rosha said. No, said Nail softly. You need it to justify what you already do. The word struck like salt wind. Nail stood. She walked to the base of the first tree, placed her palm against its bark, and nothing happened. No light. No glyphs. No pull. The orchard did not reject her. It simply passed through her, as though she were not soil enough to plant in. That night, 5 of the oldest orchard trees died. Collapsed inward, not from blight, but from confusion. Their roots could no longer distinguish truth from void. The memory that hated stirred again, not in rage, but in unease. The rootless unsettled it. They did not fear it, because they had no frame for fear. They had never been part of the story. And now they wanted to end it. All of it. Not with war. With quiet. Nail left Rosha with a message. There is a world waiting beyond all of this. One with no council. No orchard. No remembering. No lies. Just now. We will build it when you are finished burning yourselves alive. The rootless walked back into the salt. Not gone. Just waiting. And Rosha, for the first time, was afraid. Not of forgetting. Not of remembering. But of what comes after both. Because if the rootless were right, then the orchard wasn't a gift or a wound. It was a distraction. The sky turned red on the morning the first tree screamed. Not a natural red, this was the hue of old wounds, of shattered wax seals, of a bloodline written backward through time. The orchard trembled. Birds fled. Fruits fell like rain, splitting open midair with a sound like whispered names being crushed. Something had pierced the roots. Not a blade. A decision. And it had come from Rosha. The night before, she'd sat with Kareth beneath the tree's lowest bough. Neither spoke. The stars above them blinked without rhythm, as if unsure what version of the sky they belonged to. I can't hold it anymore, she said finally. The memory that hates. The memory that forgives. The orchard. The stories. They're fighting inside me. Kareth had touched her hand. And if you let go. Rosha looked at the first tree. Then maybe the world decides for itself. But the world was not ready. And so, when she knelt that night and pressed both palms into the root circle, where the oldest truth slept, she did not speak a spell. She did not ask permission. She opened herself. And the orchard bled. Not red. Memory. Golden. Viscous. Streaming from every trunk, every branch, every knot. The fruits began to dissolve, not rot, dissolve, as though their purpose was no longer needed. Glyphs blurred. Visions looped. The first tree arched back. It had no voice, but the sound it made was older than pain. A rending. A birthing. A groan made of centuries. And as its bark split down the center, a single glyph emerged. A word older than language. Truth that could not be tamed. A name erased before names began. The glyph burned. It etched itself into Rosha's chest, searing, silent. Not pain. Exchange. The orchard was giving her everything. Because it knew she would give it back. And from her lips came the command, unbidden. Let the world choose. And so it did. The orchard's magic fled its center. Raced outward like lightning through salt veins. Across the dunes. Into the cities. Over rivers and ruins. Into temples, markets, hearths, and dreams. Every person felt it. A tremor in the chest. A door, just slightly ajar. A choice. To remember what they had once forgotten. Or to close the door and live unburdened. Not one choice was right. Not one was wrong. But the orchard bled for them all. The first tree, its bark stripped and its roots exposed, began to lean. Not in death, but in release. It was no longer needed as a gatekeeper. Not after today. And Rosha, still kneeling in its shadow, felt light. For the first time. Not because the burden was gone, but because she had finally shared it. She looked up. Nail was there. So was the boy from the temple road. And the matriarch from the White Ravine. And a girl who had once painted vanished names on ruined city walls. They were all there, walking into the grove. Not to worship. Not to destroy. Just to witness. And beneath them, the orchard bled into the soil. Truth not lost. Not preserved. Planted. In the last season of the orchard's old life, Rosha disappeared without leaving. No caravan bore her name. No witness saw her go. And yet, come morning, the first tree's base was empty. No footprints. No warmth. Only a shallow indentation in the salt where she had once knelt, a hollow shaped like two open palms and the brief memory of breath. Some say she walked into the roots and never returned. Others say she became the roots. No one agrees. But all remember. Because after the orchard bled, it did not wither. It grafted. Across the world, it slipped from soil into skin. A boy in eastern Kalath woke to find his veins shaped like glyph lines, pulsing with light only he could see. A widow in the high hills began speaking a dead dialect, not learned, but recalled. In the southern archipelago, 3 children, none older than 10, began tending a garden that bloomed with memra fruit never planted. And beneath every one of them, the same whisper. Truth is not what was. Truth is what takes root and grows. The orchard no longer needed a grove. It no longer needed guardians. It had become lived. The rootless watched warily at first. Nail stood atop the dunes where once she told Rosha memory was a drug. Now, she saw it for what it had become, a vine without a master. Neither blessing nor curse. Tool. She touched a child's hand and saw a glimpse of her mother's laugh. One she had never known. It didn't hurt. It didn't overwhelm. It simply was. Not history. Not prophecy. Just presence. In Serek's Reach, the rebuilt archives opened their doors, not to guard what was remembered, but to let it breathe. Pages were unbound, copied freely, rewritten in 100 hands. Not fixed, but known. In Dustmere, the stone that had once whispered I remember fell silent, but no one minded. They remembered for it now. And in cities where truth had once fractured the ground, people planted glyph fruit trees in their courtyards, offering the seeds to travelers. Some chose to forget. Some chose to see. But all chose. That was the difference. The orchard had never been the trees. It had never even been the memories. It had been the question. And now that the question lived in every mind, it no longer needed to be asked aloud. Some nights, in the grove where the first tree once stood, salt still glows faintly. A breeze stirs. Leaves rustle that are no longer there. And if you listen, really listen, you might hear her voice. Not Rosha's. The orchard's. Gentle. Fierce. Patient. Grow carefully. And never plant what you're not willing to harvest. And with that, the world turned softly into the salt wind years, a time without calendar or crown, named only for what it left behind, truth in bloom, lies laid bare, and a girl who once traded in memories, but gave the world a future instead. The end. You made it to the end. Or maybe you're already deep in the dream. Either way, thank you for spending your night here in the orchard. If you enjoyed this story, there's more waiting for you. On my channel, you'll find all kinds of bedtime tales, original sleep stories like this one, and some magical ones too. Ever wondered what it would feel like to read Harry Potter's diary? Or what secrets whisper through the walls of Hogwarts at night? I've got those stories. Cozy, mysterious, written just for sleep. So if you haven't already, take a moment. While your eyes are still just a little open, and explore the rest of the channel. There's always another dream waiting. Sleep well. And I'll see you in the next story.